All right, we'll call this meeting to order. Ask that you rise for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge of the flag. Father, again, we give you thanks for giving us this time and this opportunity to come together as elected officials to represent the people of this great county. We pray, Father, for your wisdom and your guidance in all those things that we deliberate, discuss, and take action upon this evening. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank everybody for being here this evening. First item of business, consideration of a resolution to approve the agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
There's a couple things in there about Rankin. I don't remember where it was at. About the Springfield, the annexation of Springfield. It says it's not contiguous to Rankin city limits, and it should be Springfield city limits on both of them.
On the separate work? I don't think it's actually on the agenda, is it?
No,
It's on the,
Yeah, I think it's in the supporting.
it's in the supporting documents, but
So the agenda's probably good, but I did see the same thing.
Any changes anybody wants to make to the agenda before we make a motion to approve it? Now I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
a motion and a second to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the minutes of the April 15th, 2014 Commissioners meeting. Questions or corrections?
make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve is written. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. All right, and I ask that all public comments be limited to the agenda items only. And it should be noted that all documents from this meeting are located in the clerk's office and on the Board of Commissioners website. We will have an appearance at 5:30. We will go forward from that to the consent agenda. First item on the consent agenda, consideration to approve the second reading on application by Ernest Ogden to rezone 6 acres located on Cogley Road from AR1 to I1, map number 399, parcel number 3B in the 1st District. Item number 2, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Greenland Developers Incorporated for conditional use to allow for a church in an R1 district located on Blue Jay Road, map number 351, parcel number 1 in the 1st District. Item number 3, consideration to approve the second reading on application by Don Christian to rezone 287.74 acres located at the corner of McCall and Low Ground Road, map number 413, parcel number 7 in the 2nd District. Item number 4, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Don Christian for conditional use to allow for a solar farm located at the corner of McCall and Low Ground Roads, map number 413, parcel number 7 in the 2nd District. Item number 5, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by James Blakely to rezone 2 acres located at 135 Magnolia Drive from AR1 to AR2, map number 450D, parcel number 49 in the 2nd District. Item number 6, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Coleman Company Incorporated for a conditional use for a surface mine located at 638 Fort Howard Road, map number 462, parcel number 8 in the 5th District. And item number 7 is consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Vivian Hunt for a variance to reduce the easement requirement from 60 feet to 30 feet for a property located off of Old Augusta Road, south, map number 475, parcel number 25 in the 5th District. That concludes the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve as read.
Motion and a second to approve as read. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. First item under old business. Consideration to approve an ESRI enterprise license agreement. Previously tabled from 4-1. Mr. Thompson.
Hey. As y'all know, back in the April 1st meeting, y'all requested to get some more quotes of other vendors. I was able to do that. I was able to get some other quotes, Autodesk, Intergraph, and Carlson GIS. Autodesk came back and said they didn't have a solution that met what the Esri solution does. Intergraph came back at $120,000, and they don't also, all that is the desktop software. There's no server-side software. And Carlson came back, they were the lowest at $36,000. That is just for the Carlson GIS software. It would also have to be on top of an AutoCAD license. So and we estimated that at $4,000 a license for an AutoCAD license, which would put an additional $120,000 on top of the Carlson quote. And as I said before, changing any of these to another software solution is going to entail a lot of training and changing workflows. So that's we recommend keeping the Esri agreement with the ELA agreement and not purchasing individual licenses through Esri.
So bottom line, after getting the additional information, the additional quotes, it's staff recommendation to move forward with the what was presented in our on 4-1.
Yes, sir.
Because that's already in the budget and it is the lowest cost. I'm trying to verify that again, let me be sure I was right about this.
What's that again?
It is already included in the budget and it is still the lowest cost.
Yeah, it's correct.
All right. Any other questions, comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we approve staff recommendation option number 1.
Second.
Motion and a second. Option number 1 is to accept the ESRI enterprise license agreement. All in favor? Any opposed? Let the record show Mr. Mason voted against. Motion carried. Next item, consideration to approve a revised schedule of fees previously tabled from April 15th. Who wants to talk?
I guess I will.
Basically, this was presented, and there were some questions, as I remember, as to some animal.
There were questions in animal control, there was some fees we wanted to add in. Additionally, I don't know if we ever fully vetted the issues of water and sewer rates. We discussed those, I believe, at length, and there was three particular options that were given, and it was number 2 that was included. Is the one the board instructed us to include in the actual schedule. And as you will recall, in order to implement all of those fees, or some of those fees, will require an amendment to Chapter 75, which is included on your agenda at a later time. I believe there were a few other questions about rezoning fees going up $200.
When you say included another time, isn't it the next item?
It's next time, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just meant that.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. But the direction given from the board at the last meeting has been implemented in this particular schedule of fees. The water and sewer rates that we discussed are in here, and the animal control fees have been added in here as well. Nothing else has changed. The question that you had, Commissioner Loper, about rezoning, it still stands at $200. And again, as we said, it's just trying to get more in line with what we see around us, fee-based anyhow.
And after review of staff, and which I was in part of those meetings, for the record, it's felt that alternative number 1 would be an appropriate action to these schedule of fees, which would be to approve them as presented.
Yes, sir. And I mean, you can see a lot of them marketed as is. The K9 felines on page 3 of 10 is the part we needed to add in from last time. There is under GIS, you'll now see a TIFF image CD for lab recording. Y'all may or may not know that the state law change now requires an image to be on a CD when you go to record a plat. And right now, the only place to get that done is in Rankin. So if someone comes up here and has a plat signed, they then have to go back to Rankin to have this particular TIF made, come back to the courthouse to have it done. So we were trying to do it more as a service to citizens, where they can then go to our GIS department who has the ability to scan those plats and burn the CDs without the resident having to go back to Rankin to get it done. The $10, I believe, came from calling around to a local shop and seeing what they were charging. We're not trying to underbid anybody, we're just trying to save them a little bit of time driving back and forth. New culvert installation under Public Works. That actually requires Public Works goes to the site, sets grade stakes, the culvert's installed, they then come back and check it. It was difficult to do for $50 for 2 trips. Under tires, under sanitation, we're just doing that to reflect market conditions and what it takes us to have to dispose of them, so we don't lose money. Same thing on the sheriff's department, it's just catching up with typical fees that come in now. And then beginning on water and sewer, these are the ones we discussed at a little more length last time. We've all given a couple different options, and this is the ones that are in here are what the board instructed staff to move forward with. And that's basically the next 2 pages going forward. And then after that, I guess the occupational tax, is that just new?
It's not new. It just wasn't on the schedule.
It just wasn't on the schedule, so we're just getting it added to the schedule. So again, those are all the changes we'll be glad to discuss as many of the figures y'all would like. And then you see scenario 1, 2, or 3 behind it. Those are the water sewer rates we discussed last time.
The occupational tax is not an increase.
No, sir.
This is the same as it's been.
It's
It just wasn't listed before.
Right, it's listed in the ordinance, it just wasn't on the schedule of fees.
The one that I'm not real, don't like a lot is on page 7 of 10, drinking water meter fee. We've got it listed as cost of materials plus $10. I wish we could determine a reasonable cost. So it's not, so.
And I think we can.
I'd rather be-
The idea behind it was as those costs escalate, we have to keep coming back to y'all for revisions. Now, if the board feels more comfortable that way, I mean, that's how it is now. And I think what Steve pointed out last time is commercial already is this way. Commercial is included in the schedule of fees in our ordinance as cost plus. So we're already doing that, just not with residential.
What's it gonna, you think that it's gonna escalate that much? I mean, that way there's a set amount that we're gonna.
I'd rather the developer or whoever knows what it is, rather than it being an X number plus $100.
But it's gonna be what it's gonna be. I mean, if it's $500, it's $500. I mean, we don't mark it up $100.
Right, I'm just saying I would rather it have a number there rather than just be a cost. Because it could vary. You know.
And
One guy might say, well, you charge me $250, and another might say, well, mine was $275.
It definitely would vary from customer to customer, if that's what you're saying. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, I apologize for just jumping in, not being recognized of it.
Could in a 6-month period, if customers.
Well, yeah, I mean, whenever we receive a price increase from our vendor, then we would pass that on to the customer, just like we would with any commercial meter.
One of the biggest pluses to what Commissioner Mason is mentioning is for them, when they write their checks out in advance and bring them up here, they already know what they've got to make their checks out for, you know, and things like that. They know what their expenses are before they get here. I could accept either way, but that is a benefit.
I see the argument either way, I'd rather it not be vague like that. I'd rather it have a number placement there myself.
Well, if I recall correctly, the cost of the meter plus installation was just shy of $500. I'm sorry, the cost of the meter right now is, and box and radio is just shy of $500.
No, sir, it was $510.80 some odd cents the last time we put this before the board, and that's the current costs verified just maybe about a month ago.
So we're actually losing money installing?
No, the current fee is $550. So with a $550 fee and a $510 cost, we're getting
So it's
basically
$510. So if y'all wanted to say $550 plus $100 is $650, if you want to say $625, I mean, that would cover.
How often are you seeing price increases on?
It's random. I mean, there really isn't any rhyme or reason to exactly when it occurs. Generally, no more than about once a year, but I wouldn't say it occurs every single year at the same time of the year. It's just kind of whenever the suppliers in the chain changes and they need to go up on their costs. It's not 10 times a year, that's for sure.
So what will cover our cost plus $100, $625, $650?
610, 625, yeah, whatever you want to say. I mean, it's basically 5,
It's
10.
only once a year, it'd be reasonable to adjust it if there's a significant increase in it. That way, people can see that it's
Absolutely.
a real number, not an X.
It's perfectly fine, either way.
You say on commercial, it's already set up on a cost.
That's what the ordinance
I think
says, and
But these are typically 3/4 meters, so I would assume the 3/4 meters pretty much runs what the residential costs.
that's correct.
See, on commercial, I kind of understand it a little better because there could be multiple ways that meter's attacked.
Whether it's right or whether it's different sizes or whether it's a compound meter or a turbine meter.
The residential one, yeah, I think we could.
Completely fine either way. I just just propose that we do it the same way we're doing it with commercials. But if you guys aren't comfortable with that, it's perfectly fine. I mean, whichever way you guys are more comfortable.
I think commercial, a meter is a meter. All the RPZ is installed on the contract anyway.
Correct. Yes, it's still a meter, a box, and a radio transmitter unit, regardless, is what we're talking about. Yes.
Any other areas of heartburn?
No, it's not really what I call heartburn, but I would rather it be number myself. And the rest of it, I think it's just an increase reflecting the cost that we're incurring.
Is there a number you would be comfortable with?
What's the number?
Like I said, current cost is at $510.80 some odd cents. So anything $610.82 or above is fine by me. Whatever number y'all want.
625?
You want to round it off and make it 625?
Good?
Yeah.
Things that.
25 plus $100.
No, 625 flat.
No, 625 would be PT.
Yeah.
Because we're paying 510.80 something now. So you add 100 to that.
Essentially, the fee will be a little more of that price.
And I think I'm correct, this board has taken action once in the last year to increase rates.
water meter
Meter,
fees. Yes, sir, not rates, but water meter fees, yes, sir.
Fee.
That's correct. They were previously increased to 550, yes, sir, from 500.
So at some point, for a while there, our cost was far outweighed because price, everything was going up a lot faster than we didn't catch it.
For a short period of time, the fee was less than our actual cost.
That's correct.
For a very short period of time, yes, sir, before that 550 was put in place.
So if we're going to use the scenario of using a fixed rate and locking it in until this board takes action to increase it, you've seen rates go up. The $100 is to cover our cost to go out to do the installation.
So essentially, what I would do, unless you guys say something different, would be essentially when we have a total cost of meters, boxes, and MXUs that exceeds $525, then we would come back to you for an increase in meter. That way, we would still be collecting that $100. Does that seem fair?
Yeah.
We can do that.
Basically, we're going to
It's
be
not a
doing
problem.
the same thing that this is as it's written.
Right.
We're just going to have to take action every time.
Right, exactly. However often it actually occurs. Absolutely. And that's fine, if that's what you want.
So this board has to decide if it's worth that or not.
I still think so. I do think so.
All right.
Because it looks like we're going to be dealing with City of Savannah rate increases about as frequent.
That's correct. All right. Is there any other items on there that we need to discuss? Can I have a motion to accept this rate of fees with that one change to set the residential meter fee at $6.25?
I'll make a motion. We approve these list of fees with the one change of the residential meter fee set at $6.25.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. And in conjunction with that action, we now have consideration to approve an ordinance amendment to sections of Chapter 75, Utilities of the Effingham County Code of Ordinances.
And as you know, this was approved first reading last time around, so this will be the second reading. We would need to change the reverse of the changes that are currently proposed in section 7554 in order to accomplish essentially what you all just approved to have a set fee for residential. You would just need to reverse those changes and leave it as the way it is now, which would say the fee for residential drinking water meter shall be published as set forth in the fee schedule. And not include the changes that says the actual cost of the meter plus $100 installation surcharge. So we would just strike that and go back to the original language. And everything else on that page will stay the same.
Okay, so what I need is a motion to approve this, the second reading with that one change.
Yes, to the first sentence of section 7554 to revert to the original language.
Any other questions? I understand. Might not have a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve with alternative number 1 with section 7554 changed to reflect the 625 total number that we just approved. That clear?
If you want the number to be placed in the ordinance, that's fine, but if you do that, then you'll have to bring an ordinance change back to you in order to change the fees in the future, instead of just a schedule of fees change in the future.
We need
See the way that
If you just leave the original language in that first sentence alone and not change it at all, then it will go back to exactly what it says before, published as set forth, and it'll be set forth as 625, as you just approved.
you just unstrike through the strike through part and get rid of the new part.
And just in that first sentence.
Just get rid of it.
I see, okay.
Right, leave in essentially no change to the first sentence of section 75.
Yeah, okay. So let me change that now. Then I'll make a motion approved with alternative number 1, within section 7554, the sentence that strike through, published as set forth and so far, is unstrike, so that it is back to the way it was before it was struck through.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Just the first sentence.
Just the first line.
Thanks.
And then the second that's not stricken through must be stricken.
Yes, sir, that's,
Same as original.
Same as written.
Is that the motion?
Yep. Same as we were.
All right.
It's so complicated.
Second.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
thanks, sir.
Next item, consideration to approve the contract with an attorney and have a warranty deed prepared to accept the roads in Ridgecrest subdivision.
Mr. Chairman, this was tabled at the last meeting. I believe there were a couple of things the board wanted us to bring back. One being what regulations were in place at the time these two plats were recorded, being 2003, 2006. You should have a synopsis included in your book, and if y'all could understand that, you get to go with a smiley face. But that is basically a rundown of what our rates were at the time. The second was to find out if the person who the title is vested in would sign this deed and present it to them. I am told that the chairman has spoken with him and he would in fact sign it. However, that's about as far as his commitment will go. And the third being to determine a price to actually have this deed prepared. That price is $250. There is a deed included in your book. I crafted that. It has worked exactly what I just said. I crafted that. If y'all are brazen enough to go forward with it, you certainly can. If you would like to have a professional do it, it will cost $250.
Has Eric's office reviewed it? Because Eric's office always reviews the ones that the other attorneys
No,
do.
no, ma'am. And I didn't send it to them.
Okay.
So they have not, so I never sent it. I just put it in your book to see what y'all wanted to do with it.
Well, he only reviews the ones from attorneys, so if he reviewed yours and said it was fine, then there'd be no reason to spend money on it.
Right.
We could do that, and quite honestly, it was taken from a form that our attorney we use on real estate matters sent to us on another one. I highly plagiarized their form.
With this document.
Absolutely, with the vote documents. And I'll be glad to go through the subdivision regs, my read of that, if y'all would like, you have it in front of you. I tried to do it in order of each section, how that section was amended and on to the next section. It was the way that it seemed to make the best sense. How are you going to dive into this?
I certainly don't have a problem with having our attorney review the deed we prepared and then we don't have a cost involved. And since he already tells the other attorneys how to correct them all the time, that should be a foolproof measure for us with no cost.
And I'm sorry, the one last thing was taxes. Obviously, there's $705.51 due on that. We don't have a solution to that.
And is that the principal amount, or?
It's principal and interest, wasn't it?
All right, and it's my understanding that the county can exempt itself from the principal, from the interest and penalties, but the principal has to be paid. And that's why I was wondering how much of that was
I
principal.
think it's very little.
Like $32, I
32.
believe.
Yeah, it's next to nothing.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question. This is something that I thought about last night actually on this. If we have verified basically that the citizens of the homeowner association went in and made any repairs, so that's no longer an issue. We've got a deed that you prepared, we can get an attorney to verify that's okay, make corrections, so that part should be taken care of, and we have a developer that is, I believe, bankrupt, but is willing to sign the deed that says he has no money, it's my understanding, to pay the old taxes. Since Effingham County Commission does not pay road taxes, had we already taken them over per se, at the time that we approved them? Or as an example, if we accept the deed, why can't the tax commissioner just still go after the developer for the taxes? Why do we have to pay? Like, we don't have to pay the taxes.
There's no
We
way
don't- we don't-
to go after the developer.
Is he,
You can't put a lien on
is he
it.
dissolved his corporation? There's nothing there to get.
But that's an issue between, it's not our issue. We don't have to pay the taxes. That's not right. If either they should have been collected prior to,
If they could.
correct, that's right. Or, she can still try to go after them in some measure. That's their
If
business.
they'll take it off of us so we can accept.
But we don't have
the
to pay the taxes. If there's been this issue about, oh, we've got to pay all these taxes on all these roads. Well, one, we really should have taken them over way back when, and the bill would not even exist. But since we didn't, and if we had staff that approved the plats to be recorded, there shouldn't have been a bill from that point on. But since we didn't, we don't have to pay the taxes. We don't pay taxes on roads, ever. So we just take the deed and let the tax commissioner worry about the old taxes.
Well, how about if the homeowners in there want us to accept the road, it would cost them $12 a person. There's 62 lots in there. It would cost them less than $12 a piece, and we could get this clarified, and it wouldn't.
They didn't pay their taxes.
We don't know the taxes, and we can take the deed, we can own the road. The citizens, when they, to make a long story short, when citizens buy a lot of a subdivision that is ended up being approved in a plat, if they pay $20,000 or $30,000 or $40,000, they pay for their section of road. It's the only roads in Effingham County that county taxpayers don't have to pay for, where the citizens actually pay for the road themselves. So that road's paid for. It's the biggest benefit to the county on roads that there is. And then they're taxed higher on
Has to
property
be a
taxes.
benefit to the Effingham County to accept the roads. Has to be a benefit to the county if we pay that $705.
The county has policies in which it wrote what was required to build a subdivision road, and it's the intention when they approve a plat. If they didn't want the roads, they shouldn't approve a plat, ever.
The benefit is you're taking care of your citizens.
You're honoring your
Taxes.
word. You're honoring your word. How about that?
I still don't subscribe to whenever it's platted, it becomes county property, that we own it. It's not, until the deed is conveyed, is when the transfer of the title of the property is.
And I agree with
My
that
opinion,
100%.
in my opinion, the developer is the first person in line. The developers are walking away from these things, and now they're doing it quicker because they know the history of what we're doing here. And the second person in line should be the bank. When the bank loans money on the property, they collateralize the entire property, including the roads. For the banks to say, we don't own the roads now, we only own the lots that are in the subdivision, I think that's an escape route for them. That's who we should be holding responsible.
Let's talk about this one. Does the bank own a loan, have a lien on this property? All this is kind of bankrupt. There's nothing to get, there's no.
What I'm
bank.
talking about is this argument that the county is accepting these roads whenever it's platted. No, that's not a fact.
Well, if you read the policies,
We're trying to help the citizens.
excuse me, I have to make this clear. If you read the Effingham County policies that were adopted, they changed throughout the years, and the policies themselves in some years say they do accept, they take ownership of the roads, and in some years it says they do not. It's different on different years. So actually, it is correct that they do in some of the years. By policy itself. But with regard to this person is bankrupt. So the problem is left for the citizens that live in the subdivision, that pay for the road, that are paying the taxes, and that the only amount of money that's left, because they repaired the roads, the only amount of money that's left at this point is old taxes, and the tax commissioner can go after that developer for that. Go get it.
All right, do that then. Let him go after the developer.
Let's think about this a minute. Tax commissioner did start going after some of these developers for unpaid taxes on roads, and all of a sudden we had 3 roads up there that actually sold on the courthouse steps that we were fortunate enough to get stopped. Do we want that? Do we really want? And if the bank was to say that they owned this property, and we start trying to go after the bank, would they not then sit there and say, well, fine, we'll pay this tax, and then you buy the roads from us?
Right.
The bank.
So, I don't think we want to start going down the road of going after banks, because I think we're going to open up a bigger can of worms than what we're going to do for paying $30-something in tax and being done with it.
If we accept the deed, then we own the roads, but we don't owe the tax.
If we accepted the road.
That's what I'm saying. If we accept the roads, then we own the roads like was intended, always. And the bill problem is between the tax commissioner and the old developer.
And I believe there's a conveyance of property from one to the other, the purchaser becomes liable for the tax that's owed on the property.
But the commissioner's not
Any
gonna,
kind.
the commissioner's not gonna foreclose on the roads from the county commission.
But we take the owed tax. When we purchase, transfer, whatever you want to call it, from one owner to another, then that's going to transfer with it.
But we don't pay road tax.
It's not
Well,
the
so
road.
tell me this, I got what's the solution? And we've been, again, we've talked about this.
12 years.
If they want the roads, so the
They-
county take care of them, it'll cost them $12 for one household.
If I was in that neighborhood, I'd say I pay my taxes every year, and I'd pay something moved in.
Well, let it stay like it is then.
Here's
Really,
the,
And I don't agree with that. I don't know what we're treating citizens like.
all right. Here's the issue that you've got. When you say they, that's the problem, they. Everybody in there doesn't know that they have a problem.
That's wrong.
What happens is, when somebody goes to sell their house, and the title search is done, and they're getting it financed through DA or USDA or some of these lending companies now, they sit there, they call up the county, is this a county road? No. And if it's privately held, they can't get the things, they can't get it financed. USDA, VA, and some of your conventional will. But it's getting harder and harder. So here's somebody that bought a piece of property in a subdivision, fully thinking that they're on a county-maintained road, and all of a sudden, they got a problem. They can't sell their house. They can't get it financed. Now, it's a mess. The mess was created years ago by a lack of proper ordinances being in place to handle this. I'm the first person to say I don't like it. Now, the tax commissioner of the state of Georgia says to me that we are responsible for any unpaid taxes. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not really wanting to get into court, so we will spend a lot more money with these good attorney folks than we will just paying this minuscule tax and being done with it. But, I'll go on record to say I think that we ought to own every road in this county, and we need to get on about it. This here kicking this can down the road is not getting us anywhere.
Allowing the plats to be recorded is what created the problem. The way you're able to control these kind of issues is at the control mechanism time. And if you don't let a plat be recorded, lots can't be
And
sold.
it was done, and I can't undo what was done. The only thing is I can try to be sure it doesn't get done
So if
again.
you're saying you talk to the tax commissioner of the state of Georgia, and they say, like in a case like this, we would owe
We
this tax.
owe the tax. And if any title is conveyed from the person that the title is in to us, the tax follows the property, and technically, the tax assessor or the tax commissioner of this county could come after the county then for unpaid tax.
Could.
Yeah, but what's the amount of tax we would have to pay?
$705.
No, that's
That's-
all that goes away.
That's
It's
everything.
an interest. It goes away.
$600 some dollars, I think it was the last time, so they added all the penalties to it.
Now, there's no,
But why would we pay a tax that should have never been billed in the first place?
Because you have other entities involved. You have IDA that we can't, if it was all county's tax that we come to us, but it's hospital, it's school board, it's IDA, and we don't as a board have the right to abate their tax. The way it's explained to me.
It's not like it's $1 million, I mean, it's $705 everything.
No, but one of the reasons this commission has done nothing on roads for all these years is because they thought about this tax amount. They weren't gonna pay these taxes. So either it's an issue or it's not an issue.
All right.
So I just call for the vote.
I would like-
But, if we continue down this road, it's going to get to the point where the county commission is going to build the road for the developer in the subdivision.
I don't think so.
That's far
Well, you're taking up the slack that they didn't do, so it's, for what he said is right, to a certain extent.
I believe it.
What about the site the county didn't do?
Okay.
The county didn't follow through. The county didn't do their part.
All right, it was voted on and it was said that we were going to take these roads if the taxes were paid by the developer and there was a deed prepared and given to us. So
The
that's what
developer's
changed that
bankrupt,
now.
the developer's bankrupt, so.
I wouldn't call that a policy. That was a direction on the staff.
Excuse me, that was the vote that
One
was
at a
taken.
time.
That was the vote that was taken on these issues.
That's right. So this is another scenario that has to have
There is
an
no
action.
developer.
Now we can do the deed. We can take care of the deed, so all we lack now is an agreement on the taxes.
What I would like to hear is a motion from somebody to allow us to move forward to take these roads. After our attorney reviews the deed that was prepared by staff to find out if it is usable, if that's a good word.
The attorney approves the deed.
If the attorney approves staff's deed, then us to move forward with accepting these roads with that deed, and if not, to have council prepare an adequate deed and move forward.
I will make that motion as alternative number one with county attorney reviewing the deed prepared by the staff and proceeding to take ownership of this road and have the then developer to sign and move forward.
And the county paying whatever taxes owed.
We can't calculate that. You can't put a number.
You can put a number, she knows exactly what it is.
We know, what is it with, without interest? And penalties, do we have the,
Yeah, we do. Give me just a second.
imagine sort of $32 thrown out, I think.
You can just say the taxes.
Last time it was 600.
Yeah, I mean, the taxes are the taxes.
The principal of the taxes is owed.
It's the 705 less 32.
I can hear you.
705 less the $32, so that
685 more or less.
673.
673.
How about with the principal of the tax not to exceed that number of it?
With the principal of the tax not to exceed $705.51. And, to move forward, have it signed and correct this issue. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Let the record show Commissioner Loper, Commissioner Mason
What's new?
voted against.
What's new?
Motion carries. I don't like it, but one thing about it, for every year you put it off, it's just going to get worse.
It's another tax
And it
bill.
has gotten worse in the last 3 years.
All right, to the city of Springfield, I apologize, we are past the time of your presentation. Please forgive me.
Commission, my name is Brett Bennett, City Manager, City of Springfield. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. As you saw, hopefully in the package submitted to you, we are requesting annexation of the wastewater treatment plant site as well as the
It's
Springfield.
the appearance.
Yeah, you're the parents.
About
This is your
On
own.
the parks.
the park project.
Palmer Park.
Yes, sir.
5:30 appearance.
We'll get to the other one later. I was going to kind of get them both done so we can get out of here.
Sounds good.
Park project. I didn't see it on it. It just said appearance. So, sorry about that.
You know what you're.
We were here, I was here a couple, 2 or 3 months ago, maybe 4, it's been quite some time, maybe 6, discussing the park project. As you all know, we were planning a joint project. We had some discussions about some parking needs in and around the courthouse as well as the admin complex here. It was my recollection at that discussion, staff was directed to coordinate with the city of Springfield to plan out parking related improvements as it relates to this park project. I haven't really seen any movement on the project in that amount of time, and I guess I'm here to see what the status of that might be, and if there's any possibility of this project moving forward. As I think stated last meeting, a no answer is better than no answer. So I guess I'm here to get a status update on that project. Or some direction on how you'd like to see the city of Springfield proceed.
If I'm not mistaken, there was some direction given about getting together and doing some kind of sketch drawing on proposed ideas that was going to be brought back to us. Was any of that happening?
As I recall it, the idea was to work on a building master plan in conjunction with an admin complex, find out how we were going to pay for this, update the short-term work program, bring that back to you. To date, we have yet to do any of those milestones.
I think it was two things. It was one was a master plan, because obviously we're not planning on building a new administration building right now, but the park thing, I remember that being talked about parking around here. And that was what we was looking at, was some ideas on how we could get parking around the park and still have an area for some kind of park improvements possibly. And so there has been nothing like that happen.
But the first determination had to be where we thought, in long term, where the building, the admin building was going to be itself, and I think is that the hold up?
And again, I remember kind of like Mr. Kobeck, that we were going to do it in conjunction with the building master plan. Now, there was a master plan for the park, absent of any of the buildings done 4 years ago now.
So
We already have that. I don't know that y'all would want to change that master
there
plan.
potentially would be some modification to that, especially if there are some, whether the county is going to build an admin complex or not right now, it needs to be in the plan. I think a lot of times that's where we do mess up, as we move forward and don't have the whole picture planned out. So it was my understanding that that was not moving forward. I don't know if the county is still going to develop a plan for the building that may or may not happen in the future. But until some decision is made with that, it's kind of hard to move forward with any park plan.
All I can tell you is that I have found that things move mighty slow.
They do.
And this is not to say anything negative about your park project, because I think it's good for the city of Springfield. But then when it got connected, and the way that I heard commissioners talking, for this county to put money into it, it had to be in conjunction with parking.
That's correct.
Well, then I heard that, and we had a meeting here. I make no bones about the fact I would love to have a new administration building. I think this one's falling to pieces. And I'm fully convinced by numbers that I have run that I can put all of government in one place and save money. Save money to the tune of being able to pay for a building. However, then I get criticized for wanting to cut staff. So then, it is what it is. As of today, I think that I can honestly say that nothing is moving forward on the county's end that would be in conjunction with your park. And I don't think there's any money that this board is going to put into your park project until we can come to grips with parking. And I'm talking, and that's, I've been told that I'm the voice of this commission, but if I'm hearing something, if I'm saying something that anybody's not in agreement with, then y'all have to speak up. So I don't know what you're asking for tonight, Fred. If it's for the county to, as I understood it, the old building down there, that y'all would like to use that as part of your project. Is that right?
That was included in the master plan.
Yeah. I have no problem with it. And if there's things like that that we can take action on to abandon or do something, then I will be happy to push this board to try and do something along that line.
I can just say for myself, as far as these conversations where the only thing that I recall is discussing this in public. I haven't been privy to any conversations past that. So honestly, frankly, if you've got a plan in which you could build a building and save the same amount of money that would actually pay for the building, and you have ideas on cutting staff, I don't know who's opposing that, but I have to see, well, no doubt. But if that exists in some way, then we could start, that needs to be presented so we can start discussing that, because I'm not pretty to it.
I know, but we have all these other things that come up. I mean, you got budgets, you've got audits, you've got, you know, I don't mind telling you, I have a priority of trying to get a road built, and I'm working to try and get that done. But
Well, I think in fairness, most of y'all probably not seen that master plan. I should have brought it tonight and put it up here, so that they all could see it or at least handing it out. But it basically went from street in front of DFAX back to the Troopland. I can't remember either street names. Open Pine, but it encompassed that entire area. So from my thought process, unless we intended to build an admin complex within that area, I don't know that one's as dependent on the other. I think it is a good idea, like Ms. Bennett said, to not plan in a vacuum, to do both together. And I think the idea was, in part, can we integrate some of the shared parking between those two facilities? We as staff, and again, this is not conversations, after this last meeting, sort of looked around out there and said, where could we put this? And it seems like some of the most logical places would be either where DFAX is, which also would mean removing DFAX and reconstructing that building, or we've talked about down the way a little bit towards the Living Museum, which somewhat isolates it a little bit, but there are choices. But either one wouldn't necessarily impact the whole project over here to any large degree. And I don't know what this means to y'all, other than to say if that project, which I believe was well conceived, it was put together with a committee of people that spent more time than I was involved with, quite a long time putting it together. I believe it is fairly well encompassing of their vision for what that should be. There may be some ability to move forward with that independent of a admin complex.
And we tore down the old health department, it's gone.
Correct.
The Truman building could be tore down.
Yes.
As far as the new administration building, tearing this building down, as far as I'm concerned, is zero, no. As far as going forward with the park, tear down the old Truman building, and go ahead and do what we can with the park, I don't have no problem with that whatsoever.
And this building had no bearing one way or the other on the master plan that is currently conceived. This building existed in conjunction with that plan.
That's right.
And there was at the end where the Troopland is, there was a new structure. It wasn't that building, but there was a new structure in that area. And I believe where the old health department was a parking lot, if I remember right, to service that building. And then it was green space the rest of the way. The existing playground would be retained and improved upon in its location. The basketball goals and the tennis courts would be gone.
You don't have a walkway around the whole part of it.
Yes, that's correct.
Have a fountain out there. I mean, I don't have no problem with any of that. But the new administration building, I'm against.
Right.
This building needs to stay here.
Before we had the last conversation here in which it was brought up, the possibility of maybe doing something that had a conjunction of parking. Before that occurred, what was your understanding of where things stood at that time?
Going back to when the committee was originally put together to kind of plan out the
Not all the way
project.
to the beginning, but at that moment, before we had that conversation of, oh, okay, maybe that would make sense for us to help out with parking, was it your understanding something was about to happen?
Yes, definitely. I mean, we were definitely moving forward. There were discussions in the last SPOS referendum of some funds allocated to that park. That was actually on a slideshow presented at this board meeting on that project.
Yeah, but with a date? With a date?
It would have been at budget workshop time.
Do you guys have a
Actually,
certain
SPOS referendum
amount?
time.
Do you guys have a certain amount ready? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Are y'all ready?
Yes, we have SPOS funds sitting available for a park project that we are kind of ready to go and waiting on, but we don't want to waste any money in doing things that could be changed or torn out later that would be a waste of funds at this time.
What kind of money do you guys have?
We have about $400,000 to $500,000 in Parks and Recreation.
That's what I thought I remembered. 600 was what I thought I remembered that number.
And then we talked about possibly some amount for parking.
For parking.
That's what we were at the last.
And I remember some of the commissioners wanted to make, have pretty much our funds allocated toward the parking side.
That's right.
And I think I was more than happy to put money toward it.
And And I think that's
And that's what we kind of.
that's perfectly acceptable on everyone's part. It's just, how do we get moving?
Yes.
If it's developing a building master plan, if it's developing a parking plan that concurs with that building master plan, obviously those two need to work together well. We just need to get that established in some way so that we can at least feel comfortable moving forward with the rest of the park.
We need the original drawings that we had to start with and go and work off of that and see what we need to take off.
We can start there, and if there are plans for a building master plan of some sort, even if it's 20 years down the road, it needs to be planned out.
The simplest way, if you want to go ahead and try to get something actually started, is if we're able to designate in a master plan at least where our admin's going to be, as long as we're knowing it's not going to encroach on what you're doing and nothing's going to be redone, that would prohibit you from starting it.
That's correct.
So we need to identify that if possible.
Identify that, then we can develop the parking plan, which I think everybody agrees there's a need for some improvement there.
So you and staff can get together and try to have those discussions and then bring something back to us so we can give us some options, 1, 2, or 3, and we can agree with that. Like that.
I'll be glad to do that anytime.
But does a firm have the design contract?
There was some minimal conceptual work done by an engineering firm.
Huzzy and Bell.
CK Bell did a little.
We've got copies of them. Adam has copies of them.
But it's strictly conceptual. There's no design work that's been done. A minimal amount of surveying, if I remember correctly.
Those are whole survey.
They surveyed the entire block.
Okay.
Started with some concept drawings, and then we picked it up and sort of did a little bit behind them and started making modification and alteration. I'm trying to print it out and give you all.
If we end up agreeing with location and it's not going to hinder anything, then we could try to move forward.
And we have funds set aside in short-term work program, don't we? For this. I don't remember how much.
350,000. 350,000.
Yeah, we took 50 out of the guidance. Was in there before.
So I will reach out soon to set up a meeting with staff, and we'll bring something back related to the master plan itself as well as the parking improvements.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
That's good.
First item, new business. Consideration to approve an agreement and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution authorizing the city of Springfield to annex approximately 103.97 acres of property into the city limits of Springfield. And we might as well talk about both of them at the same time. The next item is consideration to authorize an agreement and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution authorizing the city of Springfield to annex approximately 44.14 acres of property into the city limits of Springfield. One of these is your water treatment, and the other one is
Springfield land application side, yes. As you said, we're requesting to annex the treatment plant in Springfield site. We've included a resolution and agreement in your package. To kind of give you a very brief history, I think we kind of need to know this. In 2007, we made a significant investment running a water line in excess of $1 million from the green zone. Obviously invested in a new well in the green zone, ran $1 million water line to Ebenezer Road to serve basically everything in the industrial park in Ebenezer Road. Without that, we were going back to 2004 pumping levels due to the red zone Gulf Trough issues, and a significant amount of that development would not have continued or been possible. As part of doing that, capacity was transferred to Effingham County to serve I-16, the property owned by the Industrial Development Authority. The city's red zone capacity was transferred to the county. Obviously, that allows the Industrial Authority to develop I-16. In addition to that, we spent about $4 million improving our wastewater treatment plant, acquiring a new spray field or land application site, and investing in the infrastructure associated with those two. We feel it's important to, obviously we own the property, we feel it's important to protect those investments that we have made, and we feel by annexing these properties, it will allow the city to grow around these properties as well, and protect that investment. We think it's important to have some control around your investment of your infrastructure. I think everybody can see that, that when you make millions of dollars of investment in infrastructure, you would like to control the development around it. I kind of liken it to the county running water and sewer infrastructure into a city where they don't control any development around it. And I think we would kind of all be somewhat, maybe not hesitant is not a good word, but we would have some potential concerns over that. So I liken it to that. As far as the annexation law, Tulsa and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. There are a couple of code sections in the resolution itself, one of which references the property being contiguous by the width or length, and I believe there are some cases out there associated with width and length of a road, creek, or railroad bed. There may be a little bit of a issue with some of that to some opinions, some legal opinions, and others there's not. So as we know with legal opinions, there's a lot of different opinions out there. But the other option, which is the agreement between the city and the county, is in my opinion, perfectly complies with what the code says. But we reference both of those options because they potentially both could apply to the situation. And I'll entertain any questions.
So your attorney has looked at this and they feel that it meets the code section?
Yes, sir.
So that's...
And with discussion with GMA, and I'm sure there may have been some discussion with ACCG as well, I'm not sure.
That's the biggest thing that I've been reading all this stuff, and I'm just thoroughly confused, I'll be honest with you.
Well, what does our attorney say?
Well, we've reviewed the code section, and there's no cases down corresponding to this scenario where you're following multiple roads to get to the property. It's not a contiguous property. You know, our hiccup with it was the distinction between Part B and Part C. Part B of the code section allows for annexation of property by agreement between the city and the county government. It does not reference property owned by the municipal government. That is addressed in Part C of the code section. You would think that if the legislature intended to include municipal property in Part B, they would have referenced it there as well, where they say notwithstanding the limitations in Part A, where it limits what you can annex, but they don't. Also, looking a little bit further into it, doesn't really make sense that
It just lets citizens but not let.
Right, it doesn't make sense that the state would want to, prohibit
Exclude, that's right.
the county and city government from, entering into these
My
agreements.
biggest question is there some way it hurts us? Because if not, that's what I'm trying to understand.
No, we don't think so. And we've looked into the standing issue as well. I mean, this is property that's owned by the city of Springfield. If the county agreed to the annexation, we don't really feel that there's anybody who would have standing to challenge this. If the county's happy and the city's happy, there's nobody who's going to.
But that's what I'm asking. There's no known way that this financially hurts us or anything. Because if not, then I don't understand why we wouldn't allow it.
I would argue it financially helps you. And I think those arguments are made by cities often, but I think they're accurate. That if anything, the county is losing no tax revenue to speak of directly by this. However, they are not having to provide certain services that they are providing now.
See, I tend to agree with you. So I'm trying to understand if I was missing something. Because it seems like there's a lot of times we don't want to do something. And I'm like, why don't we want to do it? I don't understand. So,
And I could understand some potential instances if this was a 500-acre tract and there was a 5-acre treatment plant on a 500-acre tract that we could turn around and sell for development. But this is a tract that is completely covered with a land application site that we cannot do without. It's covered with a treatment plant and a significant amount of wetlands that nothing can be done with.
I suspect that there's a number of these agreements out there between cities and counties all through the state. It's just that nobody has ever challenged it before, so there's no case law on it.
yeah, we're not going to challenge it. And
Right.
it's seemingly that the intention would be from the state quite often, is that they want us to contract things together as much as possible that we're willing to.
You would think, it's just that there's no real answer one way or the other on this particular scenario, so, I mean, if the board is comfortable with it, we don't see a problem.
Is staff aware of any issues on
At least in this scenario, we know what's going to be there. There's no doubt about what's going to be on the property. And it's not changing the digest at all, so I'm absolutely cool with it.
And if you try to do it legislatively, you know what the first thing gonna happen is the legislators are gonna call. and
Want a
say-
resolution from us and a resolution from y'all. And
Yeah, that's what they're gonna want.
And I think that's why, my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, but my opinion, why this little catch-all kind of thing was put in there to avoid having to go to the legislature every time, because they're not going to deny it if both parties agree.
What did you mean by the statement that you made so that you can control what goes on around you?
Largely zoning. I think, like I mentioned, I try to portray it from y'all's point of view. If you were to make a multi-million-dollar investment through another local government entity's jurisdiction to where you did not control what development went on around it.
Ultimately, that is what you did, though.
Yes,
Up until this day, that is what you did.
that is what we did, and it allowed significant growth in the digest, industrial growth, residential growth, and was a benefit to the community.
I just wanted to point that out.
Any other questions?
But you still don't control the zoning around it.
That's not, but we are moving in that, we will be
Gotcha.
moving in that direction.
Gotcha.
But they just didn't have a problem with it. So the agreement itself, you have looked at the agreement, you don't know a specific concern. So if we were to make a motion to approve it, the agreement as is written?
We don't have any concerns with the agreement as it's written.
Okay.
It would only be if the board is uncomfortable with, proceeding
I'm
without
not,
some sort of, solid basis in the law. But we don't have an issue with the agreement.
And we have a council meeting next Tuesday. Our guys have not approved it yet. I kind of did it this way because I didn't want to approve it and there be some suggested changes, then have to go back and reapprove it with the changes. So, subject to my council's approval.
I don't
I
have
guess
a
that's
problem
when the commission-
approving it on this end. if they
Okay,
approve
that's
it.
kind of what I thought was best for expediency's sake.
Anybody got a motion?
You want to approve both of them together?
I don't see why.
Two separate motions.
It's two separate resolutions.
Resolutions. So
First, I make a motion to approve the annexation of alternate number 1, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution.
I'll second.
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried unanimously. Next item on the 44.14 acres. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried unanimously.
Now, I do have one question, probably Elizabeth question. There's an intergovernmental agreement as well. I assume that's the route we would be going. Would it not need to be approved as well? Separate from the resolution, or does the resolution authorize the chairman to sign the agreement?
I have to see that agreement before we.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have the
We
agreement?
do resolutions tonight.
You don't have the agreement?
Yeah.
You should have it in your package.
Resolution.
But if the resolution approves, you should have.
I don't have it.
You should, the first item has a
Yeah, the alternate.
annexation agreement.
Did you make your motion on the first one? Was it just on alternate 1? Okay, that only included signing the resolution, that didn't include the agreement.
But
Well, the resolution is an agreement.
does the resolution reference the agreement is my question.
I believe
I think it does too.
There's a resolution and an annexation agreement.
That's right, there's two documents, so
In it.
that's why I was. But if the resolution authorizes the chairman to sign the agreement,
It is now.
And that's what it
It is
says,
in there?
authorize the
Okay.
chairman to sign this resolution.
It does.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to check that.
Authorize the chairman to sign.
thank you.
Quit while you're ahead.
I thought I made things difficult.
Next item, consideration to approve a bid and issue a contract to Aiken Harper Electrical Services Incorporated to provide on-call services.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Fiona Charlton, purchasing agent. I'd like to request board consideration to approve a bid and issue a contract to Aiken Harper for on-call electrical services. The county currently has a contract in place for on-call electrical services, which ensures a standardised hourly rate for electrical work that the county cannot self-perform. The contract expires on June 30th, 2014, and as such, a quote was issued and posted on the county website, the Georgia Procurement Registry website, the Georgia Local Government Access website. It was advertised in the Effingham Herald and the Savannah Morning News and sent to 13 known vendors. Quotes were received from Aiken Harper Electrical and A&B Electrical, and the rates were Aiken Harper, electrician, truck and tools, hourly rate of $60 regular and $88 after hours. And if the invoices are paid in 10 days, a 2% discount is offered, which lowers the hourly rate to $58.80 regular and $86.24 after hours. Aiken Harper, electrician, helper, truck and tools, hourly rate of $75 regular and $100 after hours. If the invoices are paid in 10 days, a 2% discount is offered, which would lower the hourly rate to $73.50 regular and $98 after hours. Aiken Harper have a general response time of 1 hour. A&B Electrical Company, electrician, helper, truck and tools, hourly rate of $80, $130 after hours. If the invoices are paid in 10 days, they offer a 1.5% discount, which lowers the hourly rates to $78.80 regular, $128.05 after hours. A&B have a general response time of 3 hours. The contract will run from July the 1st, 2014 to June the 30th, June the 30th, 2015, and it has been reviewed and approved by the county attorney. Staff recommends alternative 1, approval of Aiken Harper Electrical Services quote, and approval to issue a contract to Aiken Harper Electrical Services to provide on-call electrical to the county. Any questions?
Who performs this service for cement?
Aiken Harper.
They provided good service?
Yes. As far as I know, I haven't heard otherwise.
So we've had no problems, and they're our present provider and the best quote. Any questions? Motion?
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1.
Second. Motion and a second. Alternative number 1 is the approval of Aiken Harper Electrical Services quote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Consideration to approve a bid and issue a contract to Covert Air LLC to provide on-call HVAC service.
I'd like to request consideration to approve a bid and execute a contract for on-call HVAC services with Covert Air. The county currently has a contract in place for on-call HVAC services to ensure a standardised hourly rate for HVAC work that the county cannot self-perform. The current contract expires on June the 30th, and as such, a request for quote was issued and posted on the county website, the Georgia Procurement Registry website, the Georgia Local Government Access website. It was advertised in the Effingham Herald and the Savannah Morning News and sent to 23 known vendors. Five quotes were received from Covert Air LLC, hourly rate $79.99 regular, $89.99 after hours. If their invoices are paid in 10 days, a 17% discount is offered, which will lower the hourly rate to $66.39 regular and $74.69 after hours. Covert Air have a general response time of 1 to 2 hours. Augusta Chiller, hourly rate of $68.50 regular and $102.75 after hours. No discount is offered, and they have a general response time of 2 hours. SCM, hourly rate $76.50 regular, $114.75 after hours. If the invoices are paid in 10 days, a 10% discount is offered, which would lower the hourly rate to $68.85 regular and $103.28 after hours. They have a general response time of 4 hours. Comfort System USA, hourly rate of $82 regular and $123 after hours. No discount is offered, and they have a general response time, targeted time of 1 hour or less. Howard Services, hourly rate of $88 regular and $88 after hours. No discount is offered, and they have a general response time of 2 hours. The service contract will run from July 1st, 2014 to June 30th, 2015, and it has been reviewed and approved by the County Attorney. Staff recommends alternative 1, approval of Covert Air's quote and agreement to issue a contract to Covert Air to provide on-call HVA services. Any questions?
Again, do we have someone now contracted to do this?
Augusta Chiller are our current contractors.
Is Covert Air located in this area?
They're out of Bluffton, South Carolina.
This is a tough one. Augusta Chiller provides us good service. The discount rate is better than Augusta Chiller by $2.11 an hour if the invoice is paid within 10 days, which I don't think should ever be an issue. At the same time, if one bill is ever not paid within $10, all the discount prices, because the price is $13.60 an hour higher if you're paying flat rate than Augusta Chiller regular rate. Does that make sense? So if we don't pay one bill after, we pay one bill 11 days after we received it, we would have wiped out all the benefits we probably would have received by using the discounted rate and using a new vendor.
And thus, my next question was to finance, do we always pay the discounted rate?
We do, if we get the invoice in time. I actually asked this question with Fiona when I saw it, and asked how we were going to receive the actual invoice from the vendor. Because by the time they mail it, and the time we get it in the mail around here, I felt like that we might not. My understanding is that Fiona has worked out with them that they will be sending that electronically to us the day they invoice it.
Let me ask you this, how often do we have after-hour service?
We've had none in the past year. None that I'm aware of.
None that I'm aware of either.
Covert Air, he came before us here a couple of meetings ago, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, that was the land
Grounds maintenance.
maintenance person.
You're right.
Do we have any references on Covert Air?
I didn't get any references. I can get some if you might need to bring this back.
Again, I don't think it should be a problem. It's just, like I said, if it ever is, all the savings is probably going on first.
Whatever it is, you list it on that one invoice, but you still get it on the next invoice as long as.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But even at that, I just know with these kind of service, if you're getting good service, you don't know, it's, yeah, that's
But
for what we're talking.
I agree with Adam, it's a tough call, because you've got somebody that's giving you decent, good service that you've got a track record with, that's price is in line, unless you get a discount.
Who are we using?
We use Augusta Chiller.
But again, we bid this, and I'm glad to see we got a lot of bidders on this, because some of the things in the past we haven't had. I remember heating and air a couple of years ago, we didn't have but one bid on which
Plumbing.
Well, yeah,
Plumbing,
We have an
this year
issue
we got
with
zero.
plumbing. We didn't get any.
I would like to say one thing on Fiona's behalf. I believe that's because we have changed some of those policies. She has gone back to us pulling all of the different vendors, okay, and emailing these vendors and sending them this information on a wider scale than we've ever done before. And she has gone and taken that time, and I believe that's why we are getting more bids on the various items.
Frankly, that's obvious. I'll say because when she's handled before, we've always got several bids, so I really appreciate that. Don't like anybody, nobody wants to bid that today.
But on face value, Augusta Chiller has the better price. The only way that it's a less or cost for the county by
Discount.
is a couple of dollars, and it's not used that often.
even if you get the discount, is it worth the chance of not having that same service? And I don't know what kind of service they're providing. The staff says they're providing good service. They're valuing that, I think.
I think I can get some references if you like. From Covert Air.
in the bid, some of these that are offering this discount, was that something that was asked for in the bid? So the ones that are listed as no discount offered?
We put a line item on the bid sheet that if they want, and they can fill it in if a discount's offered, yes. So it's all
So you did
the same.
that was in the bid, okay.
doesn't sound like she necessarily specified that particular item, but just said they could list
Yeah,
discounts.
it's lit on the bid sheet where they put their prices. It says, you know, if a discount offered, they can fill it in or leave it blank. It's up to them.
The other interesting thing is that this, on the past 2 bids we received, including grounds maintenance, we've got a lot more people asking for an open record request what our current contract is and what those hourly rates are. So people are using that open records to their advantage.
That's
Smart,
right.
smart, actually.
Good.
Other discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I really hate to move away. I mean, we're talking.
So who is low bid?
Well,
That's the question.
it's
It's Augusta Chiller before discounts.
before discount.
Once discounts are applied, it's Covert Air.
It's just a judgment call.
So I'm,
You know, and that.
if low bid's low bid, they're all qualified bidders. So,
I did a comparison. The amount that we paid to Augusta Chiller over the past year, if we did this year's rate for them and we did this year's rate for Covert Air, the savings would be approximately $260. We don't,
$260
approximately $260
Is what
savings
the discount will provide.
Based on what we
This
paid
year.
this year, assuming all things equal.
Yeah. I mean, it won't, 'cause it's on call, but just to
Well,
give
one vendor can do it an hour quicker. Yeah,
Could be longer too.
it could. I mean, it's
tough.
a lot of ways to slice it.
That may be good.
Covert Air's after hours is,
But we have zero.
but we had zeros on usage.
well, as long as we get the invoice, there's no reason we can't pay the bill in 10 days, all right? But if this was Steve Mason's money, I would go with Augusta Chiller because we're happy with the service. This is public money, and I think that the Covert Air winds up being the low bidder with the discount. Not by much, but some.
That would not, without having good service, it can cost you on the other end.
Yeah, that's the reason I asked if there were any type of references. I mean, what qualifies them to bid, other than having insurance and
We asked them all to, they all supply the insurance and they all supply all of their licenses they have to
But
have.
this
But I
is
can
the
get
same
that.
discussion we had last year when we approved Augusta Chiller, because we was like, somebody from Augusta, they're gonna.
They're our state, right? They got an office.
He's in Rankin. Our technician lives in Rankin.
he's asking for what.
Oh, the technician is local.
Mhm.
I mean, like I said, I didn't mean to start hailstorm. I just, like I said, it's kind of tough.
We have times, like I say, if you want, it's not due until the beginning of July, so if you'd like me to get references, I'm happy to do so.
I'm prepared to make a motion to go with Augusta Chiller. I think that's a smart.
Make a motion.
So moved.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion to award for alternate number 2, award a bid to Augusta Chiller. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Let the record show Mason
Apparently good.
voted against. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to step down and account for possible conflict of interest.
All right. Next item, consideration to approve 3 bids and issue 3 contracts for inert landfill services.
Good evening, again. I would like to request consideration to approve 3 bids and issue 3 contracts for inert landfill services. We currently have a contract in place which will expire on the 30th of June, so the new contract will run from July the 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2015. A request for quote was issued and posted on the county website, the Georgia Procurement Registry website, the Georgia Local Government Access website, advertised in the Effingham Herald and the Savannah Morning News, and sent to 6 known vendors. Responses received from AIM Construction, Hollow Oak Landfill, and Waste Management. The bid results are AIM Construction, $60 per 15-yard dump truck, $80 per load in excess of 15 yards. Holloway landfill, $37.50 per 15-yard dump truck, $75 per load in excess of 15 yards. Waste management, $20 per 15-yard dump truck, $57 per load in excess of 15 yards. Issuing 3 contracts would allow the county to lock in prices at 3 locations, offering the most effective solution for the disposal of inert debris, as the debris can be taken to the nearest landfill from the collection location. Obviously, the prices are all different, but it just depends where the debris is picked up as to where it would be more beneficial to take it for us. Because if we pick it up close to Springfield, we're going to take it to AIM, even though we're paying $60 because we don't want to drive the dump truck all the way to Savannah to Waste Management, or to Bloomingdale for AIM Construction in Springfield, or Hollow Oak in Bloomingdale. All contracts, as I said, run from the 1st of July 2014 to June the 30th, 2015, and they've been reviewed and approved by the County Attorney. Staff recommends alternative 1, approval of all 3 quotes, and approval to issue contracts to AIM Construction, Hollow Oak Landfill, and Waste Management. Any questions?
Currently, we have a contract with AIM and Hollow Oak.
Yes.
What was the difference in money that went to each this past year? Do we have any kind of figure? Just curious.
Elizabeth, we're in line with anything that goes along with state law with the letter trade transactions, because Commissioner stepping down and then.
We're fine. That was actually one of the questions that Fiona brought up in the contract review was with AIM and Commissioner Loper's family interest in the company. I think previously the county had to put a cap on the amount that could be paid to AIM, but because this was a service contract that was put out by competitive bid, there's no issue with awarding the contract, and they're a qualified responsible bidder.
Well, typically with competitive bid, you go with the lowest, but in this particular case, what I was trying to have a question with, because it's like, it's double the others in cost, but it's because of location.
Right.
And so do we have to balance out the cost of, does it cost us more to drive a truck along the distance and come back, or we have to figure that cost?
Well, and that's something that's a judgment call for the board. I mean, it's not per se violating any, state law, but if it's cheaper when you factor the gas, it takes them to AIM versus taking it to Waste Management.
And that's what I'm asking. Has that been calculated? Is somebody?
I have calculated.
Yeah.
At least have that.
Who makes that decision?
We calculated it based on a $51 per hour cost that Jerry Tucker, the Director of Public Works, gave us for his dump truck and driver and wear and tear and everything gas on the truck. And it worked out that the problem is we don't know where it's going to be picked up from, so we did it all basically from the old landfill site. And I can give you a copy of this.
So after calculating in the driver's time and all that, then it balances out?
Mm-hmm. We can balance it out, yeah.
Just so that was done, then I think that's what I want to be sure of, that we.
Yeah, and there's no requirement that the county has to go with the absolute lowest bidder. If the
I
lowest
understand.
bidder was not responsible, then you could.
We just have to try to be particularly
careful.
safe on these kind of issues.
And I'm confident that the county is safe on this issue.
The road crew, public works guys are the ones who make the determination of where it goes.
And I think there's a cutoff somewhere with that cutoff in the area.
If I remember correctly, last year was essentially south of Courthouse Road went to Hollow Oak. Simply because of where the origination is. You can obviously travel more time if you're paying half the price in tippage. We've talked about this as well. I have a hard time figuring out how we ever go to Savannah to dump our waste unless we're south of Bloomingdale. So that's going to be a very infinitesimal portion that would require us to where it would be cheaper to drive into Waste Management's facility on Paco Road.
Parkville area.
Huh?
The Parkville area.
And it's still probably closer to Hollow Oak going up.
Yeah.
In this case, I believe the line would run farther north now, if I remember correctly.
They all,
Still stay by Courthouse Road.
Is this an increase over last year?
It's a slight increase, it's not a huge amount. From taking the cost from Courthouse Road, they were all very close, all about $110 a load, depending on where they went to, obviously.
This is the best way to do it. As a contractor, this is the way I do it. Wherever is the closest place, where you can go.
I had my question there.
Anybody else? Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to go as alternative, to all three quotes.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Alternate one would be to approve all three quotes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Fiona?
Yes.
This isn't on the agenda, but are you about to leave or are you going to be here a while?
I'm here then.
Okay.
If I'm not here, I'll be up in the office.
Okay.
Do you need me to stay here?
Basically, what I was going to ask is, I was looking for the mowing bid, the roadside mowing bid. We haven't seen anything on that.
We canceled that bid.
We canceled it.
Why did we cancel?
We didn't have money appropriated in the budget, and it came in higher than what it currently costs us to provide those services. And it seemed like there was not a lot of support from some board members to move forward.
We never looked at it.
Understand?
I haven't had any outside discussion about it, so I don't know.
The roadside mowing bid that we put out, because I thought that we were coming in less.
No. I may have told you I thought we were,
Yeah.
but we did not.
Well, I'd like to see.
All right.
Send it to me, please.
Next item, consideration to approve projects approved by the short-term work program. Good evening, Clarence.
Good afternoon. I'm Clarence Morgan, the recreation rep, and I presented to y'all 5 proposals to move forward with the short-term work program. The first 3 are on the project that we discussed at our joint meeting back in June. 2 have not. The cost I have is estimated costs. If you remember, we have not spent any splosh money for recreation now for 4 or 5 years, hoping we're going to get something started, and we are getting something started by going forward with this Highway 119 by going backwards instead of waiting on the gym to become available. So I'm just asking you to release permission to start on the project. One is netting at Sand Hill, and netting at Sand Hill is more of a safety factor. I don't think it'll cost $15,000 because I think you buy the netting and get prices on putting it up that we can save some money. Equipment building at Sand Hill, fencing for Sand Hill parking for soccer. Have an issue with people wanting to drive up to the field, and I got to put some stop to it, or we're going to end up getting somebody hurt. And then the last 2 is restroom at McCall, and you see when I said that we had closed them many years ago, and we need to go back to a different phase and fix them and put bars on the door and give coaches the keys. And the last is crush and run for parking at McCall mainly. Pinor, a little bit at Rec, and I found out that we have a problem in Baker, that we have a hole that we cannot keep dirt in. So I don't think it costs $6,000, but it's about $500 to $600 a load right now. So if y'all can see fit to do that for me, I appreciate it.
What part of this is in the impact fees that we talked about?
Restrooms in the call.
3 or 4 within the thing that we sent to the county attorney, and he said he did not qualify with impact fees. And that's what I tell y'all, I'll be back to see y'all, because the attorney said they would not qualify for it when we consider impact fees.
What I'm going to understand is basically you're asking for us to release funds on 5 different projects which total $88,000. It appears that it's being said that all this is available in SPOS, and I'm trying to verify that case. Is money available, is $88,000 available in SPOS right now for us to do this, yes or no?
No, this is not included in the short-term work program. These were items included when the joint recreational board workshop happened. In the sheet that Mr. Morgan gave y'all of the projects he would like to do, these were included in that. These are not in the short-term work program. The short-term work program basically includes the improvements for 119 that we're currently, well, it'll be a contract that comes to y'all the next meeting to design, to award design services for those improvements.
Okay, so these were listed as longer, these were added but not in the short term. They were added for longer term projects, is that the case?
These were in a list that came from the recreation board. They were not necessarily ever programmed in the short-term work program.
If you recall from our combined meeting, they took the combined total of everything they had in recreation and broke it out in different categories.
Right.
These were mentioned there. We've never made that adjustment to
So I'm trying to understand where is the money for these items? Because we added it, we removed some other things, where is the money?
It's not formally allocated today.
Does it exist?
Yes. Does money exist? Yes.
What do we need to do to allocate it? I'm trying to figure out how to ask the question the right way.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. Whether or not this was coming from impact fees, because some of these were discussed. If it's not coming from there, where is it? And if we take it out of there now, then do we have to take something off the other end?
I don't mind releasing it if they can tell us where we can release it from.
Yeah, well, so we've been dragging the 119 project so long, so we're gonna be in the next wash cycle before we get through projects. But these projects is that myself and the recreation board think that need to be, so.
I don't think the fencing at Sand Hill Soccer could be a impact fee project.
Because Sandhill was considered impact at the time. Can you tell us, Joanne?
It's a parking area that's going to be used.
Let me say
That's
this,
easy to tell us.
I do not believe that we have all seen an overview again as what had been presented to us. I'm not saying we don't have SPOS money. What I would like to see is what they're taking out of the other projects before we approve this. I don't know that we have a full listing again, as we once did, of all that it's intended to do. We have been working on the short-term work program over the last couple of weeks, but I have not seen a revision of this in its entirety.
Can I make a suggestion that you sit down with Clarence and staff and try to work through this, and then we postpone this on the agenda with that information being brought to us that way?
We certainly can do that.
And if that works for everybody, so you had mentioned you would post something, take it to not the next meeting, but the next. Is that right? You feel good about that? Ask him.
That's all I was trying to figure out, because if you take the money and all of these items are something that you need, and this board takes action to give it to you, which is what you're asking to do, then if there's only so much money in SPOS, are you going to be ready for us to take it out down the road?
I think, yes, sir. I think all the projects that are going to go, it's taking much longer than we talked about 3 or 4 years ago when we talked about all the projects.
We just have to see how to do it first.
Right.
The funding is accounted for the cash flows.
Right.
And that what the difference in the approach is what we had done was take certain projects and band them out over 5 years. The way the rec board did it was take all of those dollars and aggregate them together and just say, here are our projects that fit in that. What we have to work on is the flow of them, and I think what Mr. Morgan is saying, and I don't know if I disagree with him, is that by the time we get to the gym, which is included in there, it is going to be another year for the sheriff to get out, plus.
I think I understood that, but what we're saying, we need to see it. Y'all need to do it, we need to see it.
You want something in writing?
So the money we would not use for the gym, he can go ahead and use it now, because the gym's gonna be in another cycle altogether.
Probably.
Possibly.
Show us how close, yeah.
I hate to say that, but that's where we go.
That's
And that's where we gone in the last 3 or 4 years, 4 or 5 years.
Stephanie, what's the date of the first meeting in June?
June 3rd.
June 3rd. I'd like to table this and have staff bring this study information on June 3rd to you.
That's all I can answer you. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Can I have a motion to do that?
I make a motion to table this item to June 3rd and give staff opportunity to work together and provide us the breakdown on the flow.
Second.
Motion was second.
And plus, I give my board another meeting also.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 5 minutes of 7 by that point.
We need a break when we get to.
No, I don't think.
We're back. All right. Next item, consideration to approve the EEMA warming and cooling center standard operating procedures. Mr. Meyer, I was wondering when we were going to get to see you again.
Good evening.
Here he is.
Last year, we opened up a cooling center when the northern end of Effingham experienced a massive power outage. This was done because at the same time, temperatures were well over 100 degrees. This past January, I opened up a warming center on several occasions. This was done after receiving phone calls from citizens and civic groups concerned about our vulnerable population who were subjected to below average temperatures. In both cases, I was able to reach out to my emergency support partners and meet the needs basically at no cost to Effingham County. And even though the humanitarian effort went very well, it was determined that an overview of policy and procedures concerning the centers needed to be in place to protect everyone that was involved. That's it.
Tell me what all this means in a nutshell. When do we open it? When do we close it? What's the parameter?
Where is it at?
Pretty much. Well, it can be anywhere that I have an MOU. It's just an overview. It's not very much specifics, and we don't want it that way. It's just an overview of my operations concerning these centers themselves. And it's so when someone calls me, I can say, this is when we open it, whether it be a power outage in conjunction with above temperatures of 100 degrees, or when it's forecasted to be below 30 degrees itself. Right now, we can pretty much house it anywhere. The last place we did was the Faultville substation.
Coupled with a power outage.
For the cooling center, yes, not the warming center. Warming center is anytime the temperature drops below 30 degrees.
Said the warming center was over 4 times in January 2014. Where was that at?
Faultville substation.
Faultville substation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You gave him coffee and all this kind of stuff, right?
We provide the basic needs. We are a lifeboat, not a cruise ship.
But if you needed a bigger place, what would you get? Something, maybe a school or?
I would. I have memorandums with 6 schools in Effingham, and I have also the majority of the churches are certified as well.
Okay.
You did that at no cost to the taxpayer?
That is correct.
So all you're doing is getting what we do with all those people at any given time is what you want to know.
Correct. There is a liability involved here. If you look at just anytime you mess with volunteers at all, we want to make sure that we advise them of our policies and procedures and how we expect things to be done.
So this is basically to put into writing in a policy form what you were already doing.
That is correct. We were already doing this. I just want to make sure we were all on the same
Be
page.
sure you've got volunteers lined up, it's got background checks already done,
That's correct.
everybody on board, ready to go when you need it.
That is correct.
Okay.
Does other counties got this same setup, some of them, or they don't?
Some do. If you take Chatham County, for example, they don't need it. They have, I hate to say the word homeless shelters, but they have homeless shelters that can take people in. Effingham County does not have that. We have our vulnerable population that we really need to take care of, and this is what this does.
Looks good to me. Anybody give me a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Ordinance number 1.
Motion and a second to approve the warming and cooling center standard operating procedures as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve a contract with EPD for water testing at the Springfield Central site.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the board is well aware, we purchased or acquired the Springfield Central site, and the Springfield Central site does have a well that is permitted through EPD that we have gotten the permit swapped over into our name. So we are responsible for the testing that goes on at Springfield Central. This is obviously the same testing that goes on with our surface water system, with our system over at Courthouse Road, our system at Hunter Chase Abbey Lane, all the other systems that we own and operate and are permitted through EPD. So in order to add this particular location to our contracts for laboratory testing through EPD, we have to basically just approve another contract. It's the same contract as all the other ones. This one is just for $790 a year for this particular site. And this was basically the same thing that was approved by the board last July, just to extend it to this site as well.
Any questions? Motion?
Make a motion, we approve the contract alternative one.
Second.
Motion and a second. Alternative number 1 to approve the contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Next item, consideration to approve certificate of substantial completion for the new jail, and renovated portion of the existing county prison.
This is a part of the closeout procedures for this portion of construction, which is for the new jail and the renovated portions of the existing prison. The building received a certificate of occupancy on March 12th. The architect signed on March 14th as well, or April 14th, I apologize. And staff received this copy of the signed document on April 15th. So this is our first available meeting to get this on. As you're aware, we did move into the jail. It is substantially complete. All of our warranty and information would be start on this date of substantial completion. Staff recommends approval.
Why does it say warranty 314? And it says the Hussey Gay Bell signed off on it on 4/4.
That's correct. The 3/14 was the date in which we received the certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
And Hussey, Gay Bell and Young did not sign this until April 14th.
Well, basically, you're asking us to backdate the, you're asking us to backdate the completion, is that okay?
When did they sign off on it? Is it April 14th?
The architect signed on April 14th. The document was prepared for the 3/14 signature. So we would sign this with today's date on it, agreeing that, everybody agreeing that 3/14 was our
Was the
date of
date
substantial
is
completion.
substantially complete, and that's what I'm asking, is that correct? And so is it okay to do
As
that?
long as it was substantially complete on that date, you can.
That's what I'm trying to verify. We'll be voting that it was substantially complete on that date, is that correct? That's what I'm asking staff to us.
Yes, it was substantially complete on March 14th.
Or we wouldn't have gotten a certificate of occupancy.
In April.
March 14th. No, we got the certificate March 14th.
The certificate of occupancy is March 14th. The architect just didn't get around to signing it until April.
And if this board authorizes me to sign this for the board, then it's going to be dated the date that I sign it.
That's correct.
Just
Agreeing to
stating, agreeing that it was substantially complete on March 14th. Motion?
Motion to approve alternative one.
Okay. Motion on second, alternative number 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve a location agreement with the Springfield Central High School Association Incorporated for use of Central Learning Center on June 26th, 27th of 2015. I can say people plan early.
This is a proposed location agreement that, very similar to the ones that we have used for use of the historic courthouse in Tillman. The Springfield Central High School Association is interested in holding a homecoming event on June 26th through the 28th of 2015. As an consideration for the use of the building, they will provide special thanks and notice in bulletins, invitations, and brochures to Effingham County for the use of the property.
That's like this grant.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be honest with you, I thought the 2015 was a typo. So,
They were shooting for this year, and I think that they made some adjustments to make sure they can get everybody here next year.
Is this a standard, have we standardized an agreement that we use for these events?
We don't have a standard agreement. I mean, they're usually submitted to the county from the group who is asking to use the location, so they vary. So we could create a standardized.
One time we talked about doing a facilities agreement like the school board has done. You know, there's a standard agreement, we give it to them. That might be something that we should look at doing, but.
We can do that.
But you look this one over.
Yeah, and I did make some suggested changes to it as well.
Which have been incorporated. And they would be using the gymnasium, which is used by our recreation department also.
But this is far enough out from we're sure there's no conflict.
There won't be now, they're already scheduled.
There you go. Would someone like to have something to say? It looks like y'all went to a lot of trouble to come, so I thought you just wanted to listen to it.
Good afternoon. I'm Franklin Goldwire, and I'm with the Springfield Central High School Associated Incorporated group this afternoon. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing us to come before you this afternoon. Might I indulge you and ask that you allow the Springfield Central High School Associated representatives to please stand. We appreciate having them here today.
Please do so. Thank y'all so very much for.
Thank you very much. This group represents members from the very first graduating class of Springfield Central High School through the last graduating class of Springfield Central High School, starting in 1956 through 1970. And I can say to this commission that the former participants in the community are all excited about an opportunity to have a homecoming at Springfield Central High School. It is a historical site with some very historical events that took place there. And it's an opportunity for the community to visit the site and also for graduates to bring their children, their grandchildren to the site so that they can see where they attended school. So it's going to be a big event for us, and we appreciate you allowing us to do that. And if I might go just a little bit further, we have an agreement with you to use the site as is, and we understand that no construction and no busting out walls and adding doors and so forth can't take place. But we would ask that you allow your staff to work with us as we prepare for this event to make sure that it is safe and that it is sanitized. The safety would include the grounds being clean cut, trim back some shrubbery that are blinders and it might create some concern. We don't see any grave problem there, but we do want to do that. And at the same time, make sure that it is sanitized to a point that we feel relatively sure that when families and kids visit the site that there'll be less opportunities to incur any problem along those lines. So we would like to ask if you would consider allowing us to work with your staff to do that, and perhaps working through the prison and using some of their personnel, not personnel, but their clients there to work with us on getting the site ready.
Now that could create another issue.
There is
As far as using the inmates to do work, I think that would be under the discretion of the sheriff, because I'm sure it all depends on the safety of the site and how they can secure it.
Not gym mix, the work camp.
Oh,
The work camp.
The prison,
Yeah.
inmates, they work all over.
Well,
Do on.
there's no school out there anymore, so that issue is gone.
We can use the inmates, well, the grass can easily be cut. The floors are scheduled to be refinished this summer. So they'll have new floors on the gym.
Well, we need to be keeping it
That's right.
halfway kept there anyway.
Well, that was my point, is that it might not be the right appropriateness of spending money for your event per se, but it's our responsibility to have that property up to the par anyway.
We need to keep it up to
That's
par.
just the timing.
If anybody
Have one
does
of our cleaning, right?
I didn't mean I had a problem with it. What I meant was, you pointed out the agreement, the way it was written. I mean, can we just do that?
Yes.
I would think so.
We can just be sure the parking's in there.
Gotcha.
So in the county, if it's safe for the inmates to be out there, and the warden allows it, then the county can use them to maintain the property. Not specifically in conjunction with this,
Not for that event, but
this event, but just in general.
just like we keep the grounds cut here.
So we can't make it a part of the agreement for this, but
Correct.
it's something that we need to be doing.
Correct.
If I had to assume, obviously, I think Dr. Goldwater was referring to, if they're going to take the kids or the groups down the hallway to make sure that the lights work in the bathroom so you can be able to see in there, things like that we currently don't do because nobody uses the site on a normal basis. Those things we would make
Make
sure.
sure there's no.
But you need to keep it all up anyway,
Yes.
so there's nothing that shouldn't be done anyway.
Now, if there's specific work that needs to be done to the site to facilitate this event,
That would need to be incorporated.
that would need to be incorporated in the agreement, or we'd have to come up with an addendum or something, because that was not something that I took into consideration when reviewing the agreement.
That's where I was trying to get to.
And we want to try to stay away from that if possible.
We do want to try to stay away from that, but, if that's something that needs to be done and it's not just general maintenance, that's something we'd have to revisit.
Well, if Dr. Goldwire will go ahead and identify these issues, give them to it now. We're talking about a year from now, that gives us plenty of time to.
Staff.
We'd have to cut the shrubs twice.
We will be sure to work with your staff in identifying anything that we see, and then we can discuss how that might take place. But certainly, we understand that we're not asking to spend tax dollars just for this event.
Sure.
But I do remind you that this does involve the community as a whole, who, are part of the community anyways. But I certainly understand your concern.
And I tell you, this is the group too that does the Parent University. And I'm gonna tell you, I went to the last two Parent Universities that they've held, and you need to take time out of your weekend, the next time they have one, to go to it. They do a marvelous job. I didn't find what I expected. I found a lot more. The care and love that these people put into this Parent University and to see the results it's doing, I'm all behind this group right here. So I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, and we appreciate you attending, and all of you have a standing invitation to join us whenever it meets your schedule.
How many graduates did that school have? Just yours? Yeah.
I would give a guess of probably around 1,600. One of the significant things about that site, and I'll cut this off in a minute, but I get excited when you start talking about Springfield Central High School, because it's very dear to not just me, but to this group who are here tonight. It had the largest enrollment in this county during the first year, and we can talk about how that happened another day. And it's the only school in the county that has 2 state championship for boys and 2 state championship for girls basketball. And there are a lot of other things that occurred at Springfield Central High School that's not public knowledge, and that's what makes this homecoming such a special event, to reconnect and recall and reminisce over the good old days that were truly good old days. So we're excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 1. The board may elect to execute this location agreement.
And I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thanks to all of y'all for taking the time to come. consideration to approve methods of sale for surplus items.
Now, from time the county has broken or unused damage or extra inventory. By state law, it is required that we enter upon our minutes and direct the disposal of any real property which may be lawfully disposed of and may constitute goods fish title thereof. Today, we have some old equipment from recreation. They are 5 X-Mark Laser X shells, I would say. Either they're missing an engine or the engine is there, but the other parts are not. They've been robbed for parts over time. There's a John Deere Gator that the steering is completely ruined in. I believe that the interest is coming from people who drive by and see this and say, I have an X-Mark, I need that part, this part, I need the frame, I need the motor, or I've got one. The bush hog, I believe, is inoperable completely. There are 2 washers and 2 dryers that came out of the jail project as we expanded the facility at the prison. So we would recommend getting rid of those while they still operate just fine now, so we can maximize the value of the return. And then there's a coin machine, which is no longer needed, that came from probate. There's a coin machine that worked a copy machine. So we would recommend that we take sealed bids, or if the sealed bids do not return, make an adequate return, then we would dispose of them by auction in the next available.
So that's what that item number, those are washers and dryers?
Yes. I apologize. The Q Bush 75, I guess that's how you say that, and the Milner EP One Touch. The One Touch is a washer, and the Originator 75 is a dryer.
Make a motion to approve number 1. Thanks. So have a motion and a second to approve alternative number 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Wait, I'm looking at alternative 1 as by sealed bid or online auction.
You said the sealed bids, if they don't get enough, then they'll have
bids, and if it don't come from that, then have
Okay,
it.
so we're going to sealed bid first.
Yeah.
And then, okay.
Don't get rid of them, sell them to
Okay, aye.
None opposed? Carried unanimous. Next item, discussion of an addendum to the Effingham County financial policy concerning check processing procedures.
Afternoon.
Good evening.
As you know, this past year, we approved our financial policies and our purchasing policies. One of the items that has come up is exactly how we go through our check process. And so, right now, and what I've tried to define for y'all in the material that you've been given, is that actual process and the internal controls that are there. The question mainly has to do with whether or
Joey,
not.
can you pull that mic closer? I'm
Sure.
I'm hearing.
You got some.
Yeah, thanks.
Got it?
Yeah.
Is that better? One of the main things we need to define is whether or not we're going to hand sign checks or whether or not we're going to sign those electronically. In the past, that has been determined by the chairman of the board making that election. And as I understand it, we want to define within our financial policies how that election is made and what that process will be. I outlined some of the areas as far as our current internal controls. You will see within the financial policies themselves and the purchasing policies that we agreed to this last year, that we defined especially how we receive documents, the manner in which we receive documents, what is authorization for these documents, what is approval for those documents, and what documents we then go and seek additional information on, such as items that are approved by the board, and ensuring that the minutes are attached and so forth. In this particular case, we have several different things to discuss. potential options or simply going and signing the checks by original signature. We can have it by original signature on certain types of checks, or we can have electronic signature up to a certain amount. Or we can have it prescribed on anything that is not a project. I do want to call your attention to the financial policies this last time, in which we approved that the project manager is overseeing a particular project. And that project has already been defined and approved by the board. And that project manager has the ability to sign off on those invoices. Currently, what we have is a process in which the invoices come into purchasing. They're reviewed. We ensure that proper documentation is there. The AD clerk enters those into the system. She cannot post those invoices, however. Someone else must post those invoices to allow a check to be written. At that particular point in time, we actually review that documentation before it's ever posted into the system.
Joanna, for clarification, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for clarification purposes, I want to be sure it's understood that what I hear is, we're talking about two things. We're talking about approval of signing checks, and then we're also talking about approval of invoices. So now you've switched to who can, right now you're talking about who can approve an invoice, which is a separate item from who can approve a check, sign a check.
I just want to make sure the board had a clear understanding
I'm
of what
sure that
those internal controls are. I'm sorry. We also have defined the manner in which those invoices can come in, and that a signature is attached. In some cases, we have a stamp if it's a regular invoice, where it's a utility bill. We don't see it attaching another sheet of paper to that. So we have a stamp and an initial of that amount, and the person who's approving that. In some cases, we do it electronically by PO, where we have other departments that are outside of this particular building so that we can receive those things. In addition to that, we have a check request form that is attached to specific bills that are, say, ones that are about board approval that would not come through the normal means. So we've defined those particular pieces both in our financial policies and our purchasing policies and in our practice. In this particular case, we did not define who determines necessarily whether we issue those checks by handwritten signature or by electronic signature. And so what we're asking here is to define for staff what the wishes of this board are as far as how we do that process.
So basically, we have put in place, by action of this board, financial policies that dictate to staff how that check gets approved, how it gets processed, and how it gets written, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those processes, whatever, are in place. So the only question is, at that time, whether or not the check has to be handwritten signature or facsimile signature.
And defining for staff, who necessarily dictates that. Different boards have dictated different things. And so it's one of those pieces that we didn't define well within our financial policies, and we wanted to clear that.
Well, this is the question that I have on that, and this would not be necessarily the current chairman Kessler, but I think, you only have two chairmen, so there's one prior to that, but I heard you in your beginning comments when you were saying that the chairman has determined who would do that. And so first off, it's not my understanding that what is the term, instead of guiding legislation, it's something legislation.
Enabling legislation?
Thank you. I don't understand us to have enabling legislation that empowers the chairman to make any such type of decision. And so I don't understand how that has occurred ever.
In the past, I think we've been through 4 chairmen now, at least I have.
There were chairmen before there was chairman.
And so, each one of those was elected by the board, and it was a standing practice for that particular chairman to define that process.
Well, it's a bigger question to me because it sounds to me like staff is under the impression that the chairmans have some type of approving process that our enabling legislation doesn't allow for, because things only happen through a majority vote of the Board of Commissioners voting a county.
I understand.
We agreed to it, the commissioners agreed to it.
Where's that?
Pardon?
Where was that vote?
I think it's because the chairman is typically the one responsible for signing all the checks. And the chairman at the time, in the past, has been able to say, okay, well, I'd rather stamp it with a rubber stamp. I'd rather sign it with a pen. I'd rather you print my signature. And it's been just allowed to do that.
Well, when we took office, we were taking turns signing checks, so that wasn't the case.
Well, yeah, and it would be because it was whoever was available to come up and do it.
And-
That's right, that's what I'm saying.
And that's what we're saying is we're simply asking for that guidance and that direction from the board
Right.
to define that process for us. Because we do have different chairmen who have elected different processes. And so for us as staff and trying to ensure that we have our financial policies in such a way that the board itself understands what particular direction we're going, then let's go ahead and define that process so that we all have that understanding.
And y'all understand, I don't have a dog in this fight either way. It doesn't matter. But I asked several questions when I first took office to try and make this determination. And I think you would agree that this board and in a previous audit had some questions as to some disbursements that were made on handwritten signatures. The important part to me is to have the proper policies and procedures and controls in place. A signature on the check is, to me, an insignificant thing. I mean, whether it's a facsimile check or whether it's signature or whether it's my actual signature or whatever. To protect each commissioner, I think the important thing is to have the proper procedures and controls in place, that it's signed off on properly, the contracts are dealt with properly, everything to that point is dealt with properly. When it gets down to the signature, you know, when I first took office, I was signing a stack. Reggie would sign checks, Vera would sign checks, you know, different people sign, it's whoever you would catch.
I think
And in some cases, we were having elected officials that were saying, why can't we get, and checks would just be stacked up, waiting on somebody to come sign them.
We do initial checks every single week, and in many cases, that's because we do get some things at the last minute. But the other piece is that I think if you read the financial policies that I am very, very thankful that y'all approved this year, is that we define very specifically what documentation does or does not authorize. We define very specifically within our purchasing policy that we must have contracts that are defined. We established what that protocol was, which in the past, you know, I'm not going to say we didn't already have some of those things defined, but I think this puts it in black and white where we can go as staff and say, this does not qualify to get paid because, and whether we have a board member or someone else from the outside, we can cite this particular policy and say, we cannot do this because we have this cited by the board as a whole. And so for this particular piece of it, I think it's just defining one more piece, you know, of the board understanding what that protocol is.
And so that this board and the audience can understand, aren't I correct that at no time has payroll checks been signed by handwritten signature?
I will say, I don't believe, we may have had one or two instances where we had a particular printer go down or something like that, but other than that, yes.
What I'm saying is
That's
one of the
correct.
largest expenditures of this county has always been signed by facsimile signature.
That's correct.
That has never been an issue.
Well, we do have internal controls in those places, and that's defined by who can get to what, okay, and make those changes. The other piece of it is sort of the dual control from the standpoint of when that payroll is run, finance does get a copy of that particular payroll. We look for specific things. We look for large checks. We look for additional people. We look for what the average payroll is supposed to be before we ever fund that payroll, to ensure that we believe anyway, we've done at least a cursory look at whether or not somebody's getting paid something they shouldn't get paid.
It sounds like what you're saying is, in a short version, because we can get along, but it sounds like what you're saying is, once we've instituted those policies, that's created a better safeguard for the Indeed stamp, because there were some cases prior to the stamp that an extra set of eyes was helping catch something.
And now I think our policies have put in place those extra sets of eyes and checks and
Well,
balances.
the other thing is that in some aspects, and to me, it doesn't matter whether y'all hand do them or we do them by electronic means.
But we
In
need
some
a policy put in place.
Yes, staff does not always know all those pieces. We don't always know everything that y'all know. We don't always know what happened in executive session. We don't always know whether or not the board, and in the past, let me say this much, many times staff was confronted with the fact that we were told the board said. Well, we don't know if that board is one or the board is all.
That's somewhat what I'm trying to get to, is that when you have clear understanding, when the board speaks, it speaks by majority vote.
Exactly, and one of the things I would like to be able to do is, finance has never been able to review the minutes before they're approved by the board. And some of these things, when I look at them and I go back and review the minutes, I wish that it was more defined than necessarily what has been defined in the past. And I think that offers protection for the board, and it offers protection for staff, and it offers more of a direction to the finance department of exactly what the board intended.
But policy-wise, for now, what you're asking is what exactly is that?
Correct.
Are you saying you feel comfortable with the fact that we're doing, that we need to create the policy that we've approved it being done by stamp, because we need to now have these policies in place?
I would like on an annual basis for us to be able to define how the board chooses to do that. And we can do that, at the first meeting in January. We can do it at, in June.
Sure.
I would think January, because the new board's coming on. But there to be a defined point in time in which the board elects that man.
Well, a couple things. The minutes that you commented on, the minutes aren't truly the minutes until they've been approved by the board. So sometimes people get minutes of the meeting that haven't been approved yet, and then there's a change made, and then there's some discrepancy about what the minutes truly
I
were.
understand.
Right. But, I'm with you on everything you said. I'm cool with this. I just think there needs to be a threshold on a dollar amount. As all this has been going on about the check and all that, the big check and all that, people they're saying to us, how did a check get written for that amount of money that didn't have a person sign? So I just want to, let's have a threshold, agree on a dollar amount.
Well, let's talk about that.
No, let's don't say anything like that.
No, let's do.
Let's just.
Well, let me go back to this very.
Joanne, just give me 1 second.
Yes,
Brought it
ma'am.
up, I want to address this.
So let me finish first, then you can go into it.
Please.
But we just need a threshold of a dollar amount that the board can agree to, that for whatever, if we want to take out like a jail project payment, that may be wise to take that out. But just a threshold amount of, and I don't want it to be cumbersome. What is the highest normal run check that you normally have during the week?
I would say normally now, during that particular time, with all the water and sewer construction that we had going on, we wrote checks up to $1 million, $2 million.
A normal week.
In a normal week, I would say the highest more than likely would be something that we would pay more on Alphabelly. And I would say somewhere around 75 to 125,000.
And see, that could justify a signature, even, but what I'm saying is light bills and insurances and just the normal things, we don't want to get below that.
We do so now, like when we do transfers, because we fund from the special tax district, we have to do transfers. And part of our budget resolution and a part of our budget ordinance allows us to transfer money, for instance, we must transfer money for debt service, okay? And we don't always keep all of that money in water and sewer. We may transfer it from the special tax district. Same thing holds true for fire and so forth. In those particular cases, what our budget ordinance allows and what our budget procedures allow is that requires a transfer with my signature and Toss's signature. But that is a transfer between us. It is not an outside disbursement, okay? Those would be the only other large items like that at this particular point in time.
In construction, in infrastructure, when we approve a jail project, you've got to make a large payment to the contractor that is due. Some staff member, the project manager signs off on that.
That's correct.
Gives it to your department.
That's correct.
If somebody in your department makes an error today, they could still, if they pay a different amount, it could happen.
Let me say this much. At the particular time that happened, there was no senior staff looking at that item. It was done by an assistant finance director. At the time, the board asked me that same question. And I said, I cannot assure 100% that it will never happen again. What I can assure you is that my eyes will be on every check that goes out of here. And as it stands right now, I receive all of that. I receive the check. I initial off on the check before it ever goes out of these doors.
But at the point in time the approval was made was when the contract was approved.
That's correct. And part of your purchasing policy right now stipulates within your purchasing policy, if you look on page 23 or 25, that with the approval of the project manager, okay, that can be done. Now, most of the large sums that we were doing for the jail at this particular point in time, because we're transferring that out of the actual bond funding that we receive, Mr. Kessler's signature is also on those documents. It is on the check request document, and it is on the transfer request document that goes to the bank, where they actually issue the check out of those particular accounts. So I have no issue or problem with those things whatsoever. I have no issue or problem with additional controls if that's the will of this board.
I'd like to see a threshold of a dollar amount that we can work with, start with, and if we need to adjust it, we can.
Let's set that threshold at 150, 175,000. I believe that would take care of most 90% of what we do, if that's okay with you.
And then your checks, you have to separate, that would be more work for you because you have to separate those out of the batch, right?
I don't have that many.
I have no issue with that whatsoever. I believe that we all service the constituents that live here. And whatever controls we need to put in place to ensure, I have no problem whatsoever with it.
You don't have that many that often.
We do not have that many that often. The only thing I would like is to make sure that if we need to do a transfer, because there are many.
I'm saying let's make it a check that's written out.
Well, we actually do a check. It's an internal check. It basically says, we're moving this money from the special tax district into water and sewer. But it is immediately deposited within one of our accounts.
Right, I don't think that we need to worry with that.
Yeah.
So transfers you're okay with as long as they're internal.
Let's talk about the actual
You
checks.
used to tell me about some of those checks. You said, well, let's check this for
Yes, sir.
so and so, because it
That's
was a
correct.
big
Because
check.
if you made the transfer and then the check doesn't get approved,
It's still.
nothing's, you still got your money.
Exactly.
All right.
So internal transfers we're fine with. Anything over,
Has this become an issue for the audit staff at all?
no, sir. Not that I know of.
They're more concerned with the controls and everything in play.
I believe what they see is the controls that we have in place. You're talking about a particular point in time in which the contract was not defined, in which there was very little purchasing policies defined. You're talking about, we had loans out of almost $7 million to contracts, and we didn't even have GFA loans in place.
We could go on forever.
Right, and I don't want to hash all that again. I just, right now, we just need, because people are saying, look, we hired you, sign the check.
We definitely need, as a board, to enact a policy as to whether there are going to be facsimile signatures or handwritten signatures.
Yes, sir.
Number one. We need to determine for what time and place that is going to be good until, so that it can be brought back to this board or whatever board's in place for that board to take action to continue that.
And I would like to put one more process in place that would please the board. And that is, I do believe the board needs to understand every disbursement that's made. Can you necessarily? No. But as we do with any other process, we do spot checks. At the end of each month, I can issue a check register that goes out to every single one of the board members. So if there's an issue or a problem that y'all know about, that finance is not aware of with a particular item, that if you see it and you look at it, you can call and say, look, how about this? How about that? Did you know?
And that's where I was headed with my questions. When we first started, when we went from handwritten signatures, I saw a run sheet for a period of time,
Cash disbursement sheet.
whatever you call it,
Yes.
that I could look and see every check that was written.
It's easier, now I understood that you didn't necessarily want that after that period of time, but it is easier for us to do what is a check register run, okay,
Yes.
than the cash disbursement run.
Gotcha.
It's much more defined, and we can run that on the first day or the second day of every single month, for every single thing that's our month.
Just give us that with your monthly report.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Would that not suffice for this board?
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, and I'd be good personally with the stamp signature and with some kind of threshold of 150,000.
what we do is an awesome responsibility, not only to ourselves and to God, but to the residents.
I mean, I
of this
had in
county.
my mind 50,000 was what I was going to suggest.
That's up to you.
The power bill sometimes.
The power bills, the reason why I said that is up to 80.
See, that's what I was getting at. What is the normal things, this power bill, you know?
Power bill can be up to 80, the more than
So-
off the belly can be, you know.
Now, more out the belly, you see, that would be something that I think could be signed. I mean, because
Okay.
100,000 would be a huge, I think would be a good number. Why don't we start with something
That's
like that? And if it becomes cumbersome, then we can adjust.
What I'll do is we'll keep a list of those things and give y'all a list of anything that's over that.
Yeah.
Okay?
I mean, I'm absolutely glad that we've got these controls in place now, so that we have a less chance of a mistake, but
You're going to give us a transaction.
I think people really want to see this. They want to see us signing, actually reviewing some of these bigger numbers, you know.
You know, it is ultimately y'all's responsibility, and whatever y'all are comfortable with, that is what we will do.
And that's the reason, you know, I'm gonna keep on. That's the reason I still feel like this board is responsible for putting controls and policies in place. It's not my responsibility, or Steve's, or Bart. It's no one commissioner. It's the board. So when we take action to make these policies and procedures, and that's a board action, right?
Yes.
Now, if you go and start saying, okay, I'm gonna call Steve and ask Steve if he can come by and sign this check. Well, what I'm saying, does that not then, what happens then if he says, no, I'm not signing this check? I'm just asking what if.
I
have done that, I've reviewed.
That's happening.
I know, but in those cases, I think there was some reasons for it.
Correct.
Before these procedures and policies were put into place, maybe.
Well, I think
I
most
signed
of
the
those
check myself
instances.
to Moreland Alta Valley one time that came into.
Well, my long story short is seeing the transaction list, even if it's seen after the fact, if we catch problems as they occur, we can prevent them from happening in the future.
Well,
So I'm comfortable with seeing the transaction list because it's something.
And if you come to sign that Moreland bill check, attached to the check is documentation of what it's all about, the invoice, whatever, the board decision, whatever. So it's not like you're just coming in to sign a check that somebody has written out for something, you don't have anything to back it up with.
Well, and I think the other thing is in many of the instances where either Ms. Jones or Phil, did not want to sign a particular check, it was because they had other knowledge than necessarily we in finance did about certain pieces of transactions. And so, we welcome that. It is about us getting it right the first
And
time.
you get the benefit of anything that we have seen.
That's the
So it's our
argument.
finance director.
That's exactly the argument of why we need to do this.
It's our
Because
finance
it's possible that there's something that we know that you don't know, and we can stop from having it.
But I would like for us to, at least finance, to be able to review those minutes so that we can necessarily put language in there that will help, you know, to be able to direct exactly what the board's wishes were. You know, after the fact, it doesn't help us. Before the fact, it does.
So just put these pieces together in a policy for us to approve.
Okay.
And as far as the minutes, I mean, minutes are prepared and given to us. If you from finance or Fiona from person has a problem and needs clarification on something, I think the time to do it would be when we go to approve those minutes.
But are you saying you get the package, like we get the package so you can review it and you can
That's correct.
say a problem in advance?
We
Sure,
were
that's what I'm saying.
told, we were told we could not get them in the past.
Why not the public?
I was
They should be
specifically
getting them
told
because
that
there's,
we could not get them before
They
they were
were
approved by the
problems.
board.
Well, I think as long as we label draft minutes,
I agree.
and as long as it, because we don't want it to be
Right.
that these are minutes that are being given out.
One of the things,
Just like grant that book or
it's a board package, though. It's not even minutes.
one of the things that we've been starting to do the other day when we were doing budget documents was we were labeling it with a watermark, preliminary, okay, draft, and so forth, so that if somebody accidentally picked up that copy, they understood that it, you know, it was clearly marked through it, that it was a draft.
Exactly.
And so to me, that same, you know, policy with those minutes, because I have gone through and seen 3 or 4 sets of minutes where in one there's stuff in there and one there's not. And when we are required by y'all to ensure that that's within our financial policy and we have that documentation, to me, we need to be able to see it before they're approved.
We have instances of minutes online and minutes in our book that don't match.
If we are going to be giving staff, you know, drafts of the minutes, I just think we need to be extra careful not to change anything, especially with the wording of the motions, because we don't want this to turn into like a game of telephone where one person says, oh, this should have said that, and another person says something different. You know, I think it should be the clerk recording the minutes, copying the minutes, and then if anybody has an issue with it, it can be brought up at the meeting prior to approval, rather than
Just like we do it now, but there's a few more eyes on it.
The draft does not change until the board.
the draft is not changed
That's
until the
correct.
board
And that's what I'm
says
saying.
that we
Yeah.
can change it.
Yes.
And Joanna could get the draft as soon as she could make a copy of it. On our minutes by tonight, if she needed it Friday morning, you could have a draft ready for her if she needed, if you had.
If we can get them just at the same time that the board does, that's perfectly fine. I just believe that when we in our financial policies have defined certain things, that we need to be able to see those prior to them being approved.
So if you got at the same time we got ours, then you'd be satisfied.
Yes, sir.
I don't see
Perfectly.
Just put all that together.
I don't see no problem with that,
Policy for us to approve.
but you know it had not been approved, I mean, it's just a draft, and you would know that.
They would just be labeled draft. I
Yes.
don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's just something that came up during this because.
Anything that'll help us get them accurate, that's the goal.
It may be a good idea for Stephanie to start watermarking ours, right, our draft, just so there's no confusion.
Okay.
If they're going to do the same.
Well, you guys are the only ones that get it right now.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, but just go ahead and put it on all of them, that way if somebody was to
If
get
we're
it.
gonna allow others to have it, yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah, because I mean, I could make a mistake. I could print them out myself and then get them confused myself. You know, so that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, I keep them electronically, and that draft is what I have, so I can go back 6 months, and I'm only pulling up that draft.
Right.
You know, I don't get another copy of the final, which is fine.
That's me
Because
too.
they go online, their next day.
All right, so staff will go back and draft an amendment to the policy outlining a particular point in time and a particular limit. And that a check register will go to each one of you on a monthly basis, outlining every check that's written.
Sounds good. Okay.
I think we discussed that.
Yeah.
It's an important thing, I think.
It is, it's important. All right.
So we don't need to take any action on this?
That was just discussion.
Okay.
Next item, consideration of a request to approve a refund of an overpayment for Greenland Developers Incorporated for tax years 2010, 11, and 12 on properties located on Highway 21 South, map R212, parcels number 12 and 17.
Yes, sir. Before I get into that, I just gotta say, awesome job for how expeditiously we're working through this 24-item agenda. Greenland Developers Incorporated is requesting a refund of property taxes on 2 parcels of property located on Highway 21 South due to an error in value which has been corrected by the Board of Equalization. The incorrect factor and revenue determination assigned by the assessor's office when the property was acquired was corrected and resulted in a reduction of fair market value. If you go to the very last page of your agenda material for this item, it gives you a breakdown that I received from the tax commissioner regarding the refund that is to be considered for Greenland. In 2013, from $1,397,445 to $986,432. In 2012, from $3,288,105 to $1,644,053. The approved refund in the amount of $10,648.91 is for parcel 12, and the refund for parcel 17 would be $22,587.41 for a total of $33,236.32.
Our tax commission is not doing very good.
She's not doing very good. And this is because was an area identified as wetlands that was improperly taxed. Yeah. That's similar to that one citizen that we had in front of us.
That's right. Ms. Lane.
That's probably what brought this to their attention.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, this was the year that all of the, what do they call it, qualifiers, no, they had a word for it, and they were all wiped off, because this was the year that I had a problem ranking myself. And so, it was, what, I'm trying to remember the word they called it, it was like a qualifier or something they called it. And they probably got wiped off, and then these were redone. Fact.
When did the Board of Equalization hear this?
Let's see, I think I got that somewhere.
I was going to ask the same question. Was this before the Board of Equalization, or is this just a refund request?
No, I spoke with Janice, and Janice said it was brought before the board.
And can we go back to 2010?
If this was brought as an appeal before the Board of Equalization,
And it started.
there, then when I reviewed the statute, there's no time bar under that provision in the code like there is for a refund request before the board. So if this had come back, and I believe it did, that's what Stephanie is saying, that it went up as an appeal before the Board of Equalization and the board reassessed the property, then I don't believe that they even, actually I don't think they even have to come before the Board of Commissioners. It's just an automatic refund.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's a
Yeah, I
reassessment.
mean, why are we?
Did that not happen? So why is it before us then?
I'm not sure why it's before you all. But if it went before the Board of Equalization and they reassessed it, it should just be an automatic refund at that point. And they can go back more than 3 years.
I don't know if Janice doesn't understand it that way. I don't know if it's because we approved this tax refund request form that she believes it needs to come before you guys, but she and Linda both said.
But that is a refund request form that I think typically comes before the Board of Commissioners. But there's 2 separate code sections that are in play here. And if they went the equalization route, then it doesn't have to come back before the Board of Commissioners.
So the tax assessor's office know this was on the agenda tonight?
Yes. Are you saying you don't need our vote? Because you don't need our vote, I don't vote on it.
I don't think they need your vote. If it's went for the Board of Equalization, I don't believe that the board needs to take a vote.
Because.
If it was denied by the Board of Equalization, then they could appeal on it.
Because something makes me question, are we missing something of why it's on the agenda? Because if it shouldn't be on the agenda, let's don't do it.
John Burns came to me because he said that Janice told him you need to come see me and get this on the
And
agenda.
I'm trying to understand, why did Janice send it here if you're saying that's not necessary? So before we vote, we need an answer to that.
I don't disagree. I'm not sure why it would come back before the Board of Commissioners. If they were asking for a refund of an overpayment of taxes or an error, then that would come before y'all and you can only go back 3 years. But if this went before the Board of Equalization, that's a separate process and it doesn't need to come back.
I just don't feel like we should be sitting here guessing as to why we're looking at it.
It's got to be clarified to us.
I would like a motion to remove this until, I don't want to table it, I want to remove it
What about
until
just denied,
such,
not the word denied, they,
until such time as it can be shown to us that we need to take action on it.
It sounds to me like this was kind of similar to the situation where we had before where, you know, evaluation was appealed to the Superior Court or to an arbitrator, and then that was sort of an automatic payment. If this went to an outside board, it would need to come back here.
Janice's email says, Stephanie, attach the property cards on each property for valuation years 2010 through 2014, as well as Board of Equalization decisions.
Yeah, you got
On
it.
R 212-17, the 2013 Board of Equalization decisions changed the fair market value from those numbers. The prior year, 2012, the Board of Equalization changed the fair market value from the numbers. And on R 212-12, the Board of Equalization decision changed the fair market value from the numbers.
So if they normally do that, they go in and just
So they changed value.
pay the difference?
If
But in none
If
of
the
that back
values
in
change.
2010.
It's in
Well, I couldn't understand you.
If the Board of Equalization changed the values back for each year that they submitted it, then it should just be, if they're owed money, they need to
They
pay
give a refund.
Yeah.
But the Board of Equalization would only hear an appeal for the current year.
I would
They would have
say,
to appeal 2010 and have the Board of Equalization make that change in 2010.
And I don't know if they did that. or
I'm in
not.
agreement with Chairman Kessler that we remove it until we get clarification.
Is that your motion?
If he's ready for that motion, that would be my motion.
I'm ready.
And I'll second.
Motion and a second to remove until such time as they can show us that this board needs to take action. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You know, if they just appeal the 2012, and then they're using that to go back, we have no recourse. Okay. Consideration to approve a resolution requesting the Georgia DOT remove State Route 119 from Usher Road to State Route 21 for turn lane project from their program. Tasha, want to tell us why? I agree with it.
Yes, there is a project on DOT's program for it to install a center turn lane on 119 from Usher Road to 21 to Usher Road, which is basically the bypass to just past the funeral home. So it's not all the way to Guy. Just to do a turn lane, center turn lane there. On March 20th, the Department of Transportation held a public information open house and solicited comments for the project. I believe about, and I didn't write this down, about 60% of the participants at the public information open house provided comments, and approximately 50% of those were against the project. On March 24th of this year, the Transportation Advisory Board discussed, that'd be April 24th, I'm sorry, maybe wrong. On April 24th, Transportation Advisory Board met and had a discussion on this project also. In attendance were representatives of the Georgia Department of Transportation, as well as the best attended meeting that I've had since I've been here in 4 years of the public. And there were many concerns expressed, and I hate to say opposition, but there's not a lot of support for this project. The project as contemplated is scheduled to receive federal funds, and as such, it's on a federal bike way, I guess is the proper lane bike route.
Multimodal path.
Path as designated by federal highway, and as such, the project is required to have a multi-use path that's basically a 10-foot wide, I assume it's concrete, some sort of hard surface path located behind the ditch. And because of that, it's required to take anywhere from 20 to 30 feet of property if you're going towards Guyton on the left-hand side. So there's numerous residents concerned with the amount of property and the proximity of the road to their house afterwards, particularly in relation to the amount of use they believe this multi-purpose path will receive. The Transportation Advisory Board actually voted in that meeting to request that this board take action to approve a resolution that would then go to the Department of Transportation requesting that that project be removed from their program. So that is what we're here tonight asking you to do, is to approve the resolution that's included. There's also a letter from the Transportation Advisory Board stating the results of their meeting to this board and asking this board to take action to adopt a resolution requesting the Georgia Department of Transportation remove this from their program.
And I had a lot of calls on that road.
I think I'm correct in what I'm fixing to say. A previous board years ago asked for this to be done. So then the state, it started with this project.
9 years ago.
And at the time that this project got started, all this federal attachments for bike trails and all didn't exist. But now, since federal dollars were used to do this, you've got to put this, which means people's yards get taken in, which nobody wants done. And during that time, the hospital has done their turn on, I mean, the road has been upfitted section at a time as things have been.
Approximately 60% of the improvements exist today. They've been done by permit to do other projects. And the only area that I as staff, and I've heard anybody else saying you may find them differently, that may could benefit from a center turn lane that doesn't currently exist, is probably in the immediate vicinity of the hospital for the turns in and out of there. And there are other options to do that with. We discussed those in the meeting. I discussed those afterwards with representatives of Georgia Department of Transportation, and our state transportation board member happened to be here at the time too. So we have a plan on how we can attack that to get those improvements done. So,
but we have to do away with this in order to get that started.
So if the board votes to do this, understand that doesn't necessarily mean no further improvements. We would immediately begin pursuing a plan to put improvements from the hospital that may ultimately cost the county some money, but we don't believe it will cost us the full vote. You know, and one of the ways we can pursue is with LBID money, emergency LBID money, and that is a 30% match, if y'all remember, because we failed to pass T-SPOS in this region. So if they funded that, we would have to fund 30%, but there are other options out there for doing it.
Does Springfield or Guyton have an opinion anyway? Are they okay?
They were at the meetings. I'm trying to remember, there was somebody that was a guy, you weren't there about to go away.
Administrator attended that meeting, I was there.
That's right, yes, Mr. Black was there. And Mr. Bennett was there, and Springfield too, and I mean, Dr. Goldwire's here, he attends our meetings regularly, he can tell you, he may or may not have an opinion on it, but they were in attendance, yes, sir.
I was just, more than that.
And the project stopped short, really.
It doesn't go into Guyton. If it went into Guyton, it would be a different story, I think. And if the multi-purpose path went there, there would be a logical termini on either end. As it stands, you would have to somehow get to the bypass, if you will, and ride this multi-purpose path to the funeral home and get back off on the roadway.
Maybe a logical place for it.
Which in fact, I think everybody agreed, people still going to be riding their bikes on the road. This thing's not going to be used. It's not a they get on and off.
You can't regulate them to have to ride on the trails. It's still up to them if they want to get on the roadway.
Any questions? Motion?
Make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Consideration to award a contract bid award and issue a notice to proceed for Bunyan Kessler Road repairs to R.B. Baker Construction.
As previously discussed, Bunyan Kessler is an ash road. It does have hot mix asphalt on top of it. It is in rough shape, as many of the ash roads are. We recently placed that project out to bid, multiple locations. The apparent low bidder on that, we actually received 7 bids on this particular project, was RB Baker with a bid price of $264,914. At the bottom is a whole bunch of convoluted language about the short-term work program, and basically all it's saying is it's not listed as an item in the short-term work program per se. We have rebalanced some things. We certainly can do it. There's multiple things. There's some striping that come up. There's a lot, the curve in the road for the Blue Jay, McCall, several things that weren't in there. We understand that, and we are constantly rebalancing that particular thing to make sure there is funding. The short order is there's dollars there today should you choose to do it. Just understand something won't get funded in the future, you know, or at least to the extent it was out, and it may just be some savings that we see on some projects. The one caveat to this particular bid is that there is a portion of this that's located in the city of Rankin. And I can't remember the time, but at some point back, the city of Rankin actually annexed, you know, up to Dasher's Landing, and then across Bunyan Kessler Road, there's a, I don't know, 3 or 5 acres on the corner there of Bunyan Kessler and Fort Howard on the opposite side. So that there's actually a piece of this basically up to the entrance of Bunyan Kessler, Dasher's Landing, that is inside the city limits of Rankin. And I have spoken with Mr. Corbett regarding this, and I think the way he was looking at this particular thing is the same thing can be the same thing can be said for Fort Howard Road also. They actually only own one side of the road across the whole frontage of Dasher's Landing to the city limits. That I forget the name of the subdivision on the opposite side.
Dasher's Landing?
Across from Dasher's Landing. Abbey, thank you. From the Abbey down to the city limits, that's actually in unincorporated county, and they made improvements to that particular section, only 3-lane. His, and I don't know, this one to the council, I guess request would be to ask the board to look at that as they made improvements to the unincorporated piece, and we would make improvements to Bunyan Kessler. As staff, I would hate to see us not improve the entire road. If y'all want to go back and ask them for money, I think it's fair. However, I think that in some way it's just my personal opinion, although I'd hate to see us make improvements to half the road, not the other half where we can work something out. But I bring that up, that is an issue, and it's probably a third of the road, and I'm guessing I meant to go back and actually pull the distances.
Not that they're annexed on both sides. That's a very short distance.
I think it's pretty much from the entrance down.
That road is 0.9 miles.
It's just under a mile, that's correct.
So it's pretty much though from where the creek crossing is on the road.
No, it actually comes down Dasher's and then jumps across. It's somewhere halfway between the creek and the entrance to Dasher's Landing.
You're saying the part that they improved for Fort Howard would be larger or greater than the part that we'd be talking about?
I believe it
Doing
is.
that, yeah. That's not a problem for me.
But this figure here goes all the way from Fort Howard Road to
The 264 is the entire thing, yes, sir. It is all the way from Fort Howard Road to Rankin Stillwell.
The difference is though, what they improved, they intended to annex all of it. In this case, obviously, we're not looking to annex into the city.
No.
They may have that intention, but
So
it's
they
not.
haven't done that.
It's
Right,
not
so they did that with their eyes open. When they improved that road, they intend to annex And we know that.
I don't think they said that. I don't think they did.
Well, I think that's a school board property across the road. It is.
Across from that, I think it is. And I'm referring to the one adjacent to that, which I think is the Abbey, I think.
Okay.
So I think, I mean, Baker's given us a tremendous price here. I think it's a really good price. And it looks like everybody didn't get the same job, with one being, what, 3 times as much.
Yeah, well, there was a 298, the next bidder was 35.
You know, from low to high.
34.
Yeah. But anyway.
But low to high, you're right, yeah, they were definitely different jobs.
We're in the DD.
It looks like a good price to get a profitable road done.
It is, and there's some things, I've ridden the road with them. There's some issues in some of the super elevation on the Fort Howard end that we're going to crack in this. You know, I can't see putting a road back in correctly. The super's wrong. There's some issues tying in with the ends of the roads. You know, I think we've got it all figured out. But Baker's always been good to work with us. They've helped us cover up.
Would this be a road also you'd want to hire somebody to oversee so they can?
Unless we're going to try something different. I mean, on this one, we were talking about milling and laying it back and putting the rock on top of it. There would be some shifting of the ash in place to fix the supers. And I will say, one of the things that they've asked, this was asked in the bids and when the questions came out in the addendum, I said absolutely no. However, I would say that there may be a possibility, and I'm asking the board, they anticipate about a week and a half start to finish, so getting in and everything, reclamation, building the roads, and paving. And they've asked if there's any possibility that we can shut this road down to traffic, if not for the whole time, for part of it. And really the reason that they want to do that is just what I said, when you start redoing these super elevations and you're taking and flipping material, it's almost impossible to do under traffic. And again, from my perspective, it's not safe the way it is, but the super cut is backwards. I mean, it's just not right.
Except for the people that live on the road.
No, it would be open to them. Obviously, emergency traffic will be open, and local traffic will be open. It was just through traffic.
And some of them that live
would have a very short.
on Rick and Stillwell could actually access their property in Shermansville.
So if that's something y'all are open to, it would help them to do construction that's going to help us have a better product.
Because the alternative for them is to put flagmen up and just hold traffic for an extended time. So I'd rather go around myself.
And again, if it weren't for rebuilding the supers, it'd be a little easier. You work one side, work the other, but the way we're having to do that is, it's going to be difficult to do under traffic.
That's a small inconvenience for it to be down.
A week and a half, well, I won't say
I know,
time.
some of them have,
Planned a week and a half.
yeah.
I think,
And of course, if we do it, we'll advertise it, we'll let all residents know, we'll contact them.
And of course, since the other end possibly is in Lincoln city limits, you're gonna need to.
yeah. I think it'd be fair to ask Rankin about, because we're talking about $75,000 or so.
I think so. Yes, sir, I believe that's.
And, you know, if they'll help us with it, we'll do the whole thing and do it right. But I think it'd be fair to ask them to participate in it.
I don't disagree that it's a fair statement to ask them. The only thing I would appreciate the board doing is giving me direction if they say no. You know, do we continue forward? You know, what do we do then?
Ask.
Yeah, that's bad.
You are saying you did ask, and Wesley's response without going to his council was,
He would prefer
We've
not
already done
to.
more.
He didn't say no. He did say yes, but what he said was, well, we made improvements here. Why don't you think about considering that? He did say yes.
Have we ever gotten any money on the
Power? Not to my knowledge. They had said end of construction, we're not technically ended yet, but I understand.
I understand.
No, so we've not seen a check.
the tower is just now, it's
Coming on.
operational, but it's
Right.
wrapping
They're
up.
testing.
So we should be coming to that place where they could.
We just do one side of the road if they don't want to participate.
We just need to go to the county line.
Let's take a look.
Oh, we know how the vote's gonna be, but we need to go to the county line.
That's, so we don't.
So that's so inappropriate.
But true.
Can I have a motion?
I don't know if I can get my tablet to work.
I'll make a motion that we approve contract RV Baker to build a section to the county, that the county owns, and ask for participation from the city of Rankin for the city portion of the road.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Making a motion to approve alternative number one and ask Rankin if they will participate in the cost. And if not, we proceed.
We don't pay for it all, and if they don't want to do it, then we don't pay for everything?
Like they did on Fort Howard Road.
Just like they did on Fort Howard Road at a much less cost than what they spent.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to award the contract to R.B. Baker, if I understood correct, and ask the city of Rankin to participate in the cost. But if they don't, to go ahead with the entire project.
Correct.
And I have a second on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Vehemently. If you can spell that.
I have a 3-2 vote, show Commissioner Loper and Commissioner Mason, voting against. I don't know why we come to meet.
I believe half the road.
Especially Rankin's involved in it.
Next item, consideration to authorize the chairman to sign a letter to Insurance Services Office requesting approval of an automatic aid agreement with the city of Rankin.
Mr. Chairman, there's an area located on Goshen Road. You should have a map of this in your book, the third page of this particular item. That'll show the area that we're referring to. That is, a portion of this is located outside of the county's Fire Station 8, which is more than, is that Ledesi? And out of Ledesi, but it is within 5 miles of the Goshen Station, which is, Rankin operates that under contract with county. Those particular citizens in that area could receive a reduction in their ISO ratings if they were serviced by Rankin rather than the county, because it's in a station operated by Rankin County. So I have an issue in my numbers here on number 2. There's not 250, there's 151 parcels.
151?
Yes, sir, 151 parcels, 122 of which have homes. Now that is, if you go refer to your map, I want to make sure we all understand the same thing. There's a yellowish area in there. That is there's an area that's, there's a hatched area. If y'all can all see that hatched area, that's on the north and south side of Goshen Road. That number I gave you is within that hatched area. Okay, it's both sides of Goshen Road. However, the agreement that we are talking about is only the south side of Goshen Road, the blue and the green hatched area. The reason for that,
blue lines in it.
the blue and green, that's correct. The reason for that is everything on the north side of Goshen Road, the yellowish colored area, is the area that will be serviced by Rankin from the Blue Jay station. Everybody clear on that?
If Blue Jay wasn't coming online, we would do it for this everything, but because Blue Jay's coming online, there's no point in doing this one little section for a small period of time and then changing it to Blue Jay, because Blue Jay's about to happen.
Correct. If Blue Jay were not coming online, we'd be talking about 155 parcels, 122 with homes. However, what we're talking about tonight is 52 parcels, 30 of which have homes. The balance of that, the 101 parcels, is in the area that will be serviced when Blue Jay comes online. Still be by Rankin, but it'll be when Blue Jay comes online.
But the point is that there's 52 parcels, 30 homes that can be serviced tonight at no cost.
Correct. What this is a letter. It's not even, I don't even think an agreement of sorts. It's a letter to ISO. We will do a couple of things. We will send this letter to ISO. It will include with it a PDF, kind of like you see here, of the shape file we're talking about covered. The blue and the green hatch area, just be a polygon. That'll go to ISO. That polygon, our GIS department, RC's already left, he will create that, take it to our 911 system, that's who updates it anyhow, and they will, within that polygon, it'll actually simulcast, dispatch structure fires to both of our departments. Rankin is dispatched first, we're dispatched second. We are not giving up anything in our service delivery areas as far as SDS. That is still our area. When they get on site, technically, our fire chief has operational control over it. It's simply the way they're dispatched. And that by doing that, it allows that area to get Rankin's ISO rating of a 4 rather than the 10 they're currently at. And they're at a 10 because they're not within 5 miles. If they were within 5 miles of our station, they'd probably be an 8 because there's no water source out. Actually, some of them do, so some of them may be a 4 if they were within 5 miles.
You hear all the time about people that are in the far country that are at 10s, but you would not think that people that are right this close to the city limits would have been at a 10.
Sure.
But it can't get any smarter than just by how you sign an agreement at no change in cost to benefit the citizens.
There's no change in cost. They would operate under the same budgets we do now. And again, you see the letter. It's not even really a formal agreement. It's just a letter that goes to ISO. It's an understanding between the city of Rankin and ourselves. Obviously, they would sign the same letter as we did.
This should have already been done.
It should have been done, but that we didn't know about it. I learned about it from the people of the city of Rankin.
Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second. Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to award a contract for testing services on the Blue Jay and McCall resurfacing project.
Mr. Chairman, this is in response to the Blue Jay McCall project that y'all awarded on February 18th, I guess, to Carroll and Carroll. As y'all may or may not recall, that particular project has $1.2 million of LMIG funds out of the $3 million total project. And because it's an LMIG local maintenance improvement grant funded project through the Georgia Department of Transportation, it is required to comply with the Department Standard Specifications for Construction and Transportation Systems. Their specs, basically. And as such, it's also required to have sampling and testing as per their sampling and testing documentation and requirements. They have a separate document for that. And these particular projects are always subject to audit. Now, I don't know, they don't audit every single one. They do audit them. Either way, we want to make sure we comply. We want to make sure that we have full field notes and documentation of what we do for them. We currently receive around $600,000 a year in LMIG funding. We in no way want to jeopardize the continued receipt of those funds. So you have here 2 testing prices. The reason we got 2 is these are the 2 people we typically deal with. We particularly, pick these people out. We didn't put it out to bid mainly because it's probably far better to have somebody GDOT pre-qualified. Our bids require GDOT pre-qualified contractors, which Carroll and Carroll is. Whitaker Laboratories is to the best of my ability to discern the department's brand new, revamped, better system. The only GDOT pre-qualified testing agency around here. They have provided their GDOT pre-qualification. It is included in the package, and their bid price is $26,075. Now, we have to understand that just like the jail, it is a budget price. They've priced all this out per test. They have coordinated with Carroll and Carroll, as did Terracon, to get the approximate number of paving days, the number of days they would need to be on site, and that is what they anticipated to be. They will try to lower that if they can, based on coordination with the testing agency or with Carroll and Carroll. If they can get them to pull samples from their plant that they test later for extraction, they don't have to physically go to their plant, that'll save them some of the personnel time. So this is a budget number, I want y'all to understand that, but it's just like the jail, and I think they've come in under that so far. And that was Whitaker Laboratories too. They did the exact same thing that they've been in jail for. And now moving on to the sheriff's office. I'm sorry, 26,075 was the highest bid. It's 1970. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. So 1970 will be the budget price we're asking y'all to approve. And with that, I'll ask y'all approval so that we can stay in compliance with it.
The only thing on page 3 of 8, where Whitaker makes a note about the number of failing tests, did we have anything in Carroll's about failure or test failures? Now, on a paving job like this, you typically won't have failures. But if it's something we do in the future, that's something we need to kind of cover, because some contractors are going to have frequent failures on testing, and we need to make sure that that's covered in our contract with them.
I'm I'm going to another question. I don't know off the top of my head, however, our contract specifies GDOT standard specs, so I suspect that it probably is because it's based off GDOT, but I don't know.
But see, what I'm saying is that if, let's just say the Acme company gets the Blue Jay, or the, one of the Ash Road projects, and we're responsible for testing. The failed test, or whenever a contractor calls and the contractor is not ready, and the testing lab charges us as the client for that trip, typically that's back charged back to the company that called for that test. And I don't remember anything being done like that. So I'm not saying that we don't need to approve this, I'm just saying that's something in the future with the way the DOT's putting this testing and all off on us, or requiring us to do it, not put it off. You know, because they're just funding us with a little more money now, but the DOT typically used to do this kind of testing, and they don't do that anymore. So that's what I was just saying, is that's something in the future we need to kind of pay attention to.
I agree.
On the resurfacing job, that's not going to be a big issue, failed test, you know.
The only place I can see it being an issue is when they really don't even test there, is when they do the deep patching, but they're not even doing testing on that. Unless it's sub-regulated or something.
Yeah.
And they were going to start last Tuesday. On Wednesday, the reclamation machine was broke down. On Thursday, it was raining, and Alex said we were going to start next week. And I forget which, I think Phil, you asked about the equipment. I hope it's gone. They were supposed to move that today. I haven't been by to verify, but they were contacted and they said they will move it today. So hopefully that's happening.
Yeah, I haven't.
What was that?
They had staged some equipment in Blue Jay and Midland. If you're going out of Lincoln, go to the left, there's that large area of grass between there and the ditch. They had stacked all their machinery there, and you couldn't see past it. It was a dark hazard. So we asked them to relocate it somewhere else where you can see around. There's nothing to do with testing, by the way.
Any other questions, discussion? Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative number 1, approve contract with the line.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. We have now successfully completed the new business. Go ahead, Toss. Tell us what kind of report you may have.
Short list for you, Mike. You all should have your list in front of you. There's a normal update to the sheriff's office project. I'll let you review that at your leisure. Blue Jay McCall we just discussed. I'll have on here work again, maybe first, obviously that's in draft now. We'll start next week. Ash Road work continues on. They're working through theirs with the reclamation. I know they've started priming some of them. I don't know if they've actually started putting down surface treatment yet. And we're working with the contractor on some of the changes that we discussed, the additional routes. They've already done some of those and just trying to work within the budgets there. Still working on road restriping. Fleet maintenance, we received 3 bids on April 24th for that particular project. And we would anticipate bringing that back before this board at your next meeting on 20th.
We received more than that. It's 5%.
We received 5 or 6 bids on fleet maintenance on the 24th, I'm being told.
3 solid.
Fleet operations. The bids were May the 5th, that's yesterday. Yesterday we picked those up. So we got bids on fleet operation. No, we don't want that.
No, that's fuel.
I'm sorry, it's getting late. Okay. Fuel purchasing and car management, those bids were due yesterday too, we received 0. So that means we are still in our current vendor, Fuel Man, and we are going to explore Wright Express as a state purchasing. They're on, make sure I say it right. Wait, it's Wright Express, they're on the state purchasing side. State contract, thank you. We can piggyback on that, we're going to explore that and see better than what we have now.
You can back up, Toss, so that George can address Ms. Bryant's complaint.
Just what?
Can you back up so George can address Mrs. Bryant's complaint?
You want to do that now?
Whatever you want.
You get there.
He's ready.
119 recreation improvements, we received 7 bids on that. And again, we would anticipate bringing the contract before we are on the 20th. I would assume we may back that up to the 3rd, depending on
It'd be bid award most likely.
a bid award. Hopefully on the 20th, maybe on the 3rd, depending how soon we get everything scored. Atlas sand planing, we received bids back on that today. So again, we would look at bringing a contract before the 20th. I will say that they were all over our budget, so we will have to take a look at what we're going to do there. So it may be the 20th, it may be a little farther out. Caldwell Road restriping, we received 2 bids on that yesterday. So again, we would look at bringing that. This is the part in front of the school, Blanford. Restripe was the whole road, that particular portion. Disaster debris, all those are out a little bit farther. You've seen them before. Gateway Behavioral Health, I'm going to skip all of bids, actually, I'll read those. We received a letter yesterday for that, went to the chairman. They were requesting appointments, as y'all may recall. They're still requesting those. However, they backed the date up from June 1. It seems they've hit a slight bump in the road, and it's going to be a little farther than turning back control than what we originally anticipated. So please continue to find those persons that y'all would like to serve on that board. Just doesn't have to be done by June 1.
And if you have candidates, if you'd like them to meet Mr. Cruz or any of those folks, that might be a good idea if you think you have somebody.
Effingham Parkway. I received today an updated project schedule, concept report, and budget. And you will have in your packages the schedule and the budget. You do not have the concept report. I actually got the concept report right before this meeting started. I reviewed it. I've been more than happy to send it to each and every one of y'all that want it. I just doubt that y'all really want to read it. But you will be more, if you'd like it, let me know. I'll be glad to give it to you. And I think y'all probably forgot to get one for myself, so I don't recall what the schedule says. I think they showed it going to construction in April of 17. And then I lost all details. I don't have a copy of it, but there's a schedule in front of you, and there's a revised cost estimate. The revised cost estimate, I believe, is $38 million. It was 24 previously. Once they revised it, it's 38, and a lot of that had to do with there's 5 different bridges that they're anticipating to bridge over wetlands to avoid the impacts and stay out of the fall. So those are things we can discuss later on. So basically where they're at now, we're resubmitting the concept, cost estimates, everything back to GI. And at some point in the future, I would like to have a discussion with the board on this project and the direction that it is going forward. And just make sure everybody understands this is a different project than was conceived in 2005 with the program. And we may get that on the upcoming agenda if you also choose, just to have a discussion to see, make sure we're all heading forward in the same direction. The Chamber of Commerce will hold their annual meeting Thursday, June the 5th, 7 to 9 at Effingham County High School. Reservations need to be in by May the 23rd. You do have one more meeting between them, but please don't tell if you will tell the clerk who all plans on attending, so she can get us your reserved for that. Lower Savannah Alliance, there's a ribbon cutting for something in Allendale, South Carolina. Y'all can read it. I'm sure you'll be attending.
What is that? I got an invitation to it. What is that?
I don't know either. I got the same. Yeah, it's a parking lot. Is what it looks like. They're cutting parking. There's a parking lot, Sherburne Acre Trail, and they're doing ribbon cutting for it. There's a guided trail walk from 9 to 11 and a casual lunch afterwards. Sounds like a very pleasant day if you want to go to Allendale for ribbon cutting. And then there's 3 other things. Well, let me just do number 22. The Georgia Department of Transportation, you all should have been emailed this, I think, are doing an update to their statewide transportation plan, statewide strategic transportation plan. It's a short questionnaire they have. If y'all want to participate in it, there's a link there. I believe you were emailed this. It should take you 5 minutes to do it. It's all ABC, multiple choice questions. If you don't, that's fine. And the next three that I have, 2021 and something for George, I can either discuss or if you want to. There's a cost estimate and maps included in your packages for the estimates that you all asked for on April the 15th for 3 different phases of water line extensions. This was in response to the Emerald Plantation discussion. There are those 3 different phases plus a booster station. There are cost estimates in there. And then there's a request for a variance to use a private well. Mr. Leonis here, he can certainly elaborate on those, and then Mr. Shaw has an issue we'd like to discuss with you also. When you go first. It doesn't matter. Sure.
Glad to see if you'd like to go first.
All right. Skip notes, so we'll go with Mr. Shaw. You should have an email in here also that may explain a little bit of this. It's from George. It's got a whole list of dates on it. You don't have that?
I believe Mr. Floyd's familiar with this situation. We have a dispute among neighbors in the Foxbow North neighborhood. I will refrain from giving you the lengthy story, but one woman complains on a regular basis that her neighbor across the street is running a business from their home. We have been down to this home. I personally have been twice and spoken to the homeowners who actually don't even live there any longer. They still own it. And Mr. Worth, if you didn't get the email, he's been there 24 times based on complaints from Mrs. Bryant, and I had instructed him that whenever he was in the neighborhood to go ahead and swing by to see if there was any activity. He's probably been down there, I don't know, 40 times in the last 5 years. Neither one of us have found any evidence of a business being operated from this home. The Monroes, who own the home across the street, they have been in the past professional fishermen. They do keep a boat at this house and go fishing, seafood fishing, not in this county. They do not process anything nor sell anything from this residence. They pick up the boat and they bring the boat back. I cannot justify that as operating a business from their home. They're keeping a boat at their home. Ms. Bryant calls me on about a weekly basis to complain about this. I would like to have permission to stop paying attention to her, basically.
I direct all those calls to you, by the way.
Yeah, and I think additionally, the complainant, the person that they're complaining against has now suggested that we are beginning to harass them.
Yes.
Through the number of times that we've responded to this, so there's also some issues on that level too, which goes additionally to why Mr. Shaw.
I was not in my office at the time, but the other people on the hall said that person came by to complain that we were harassing him because we do respond to her complaints. And it's our policy, if we get a complaint, we respond.
How does what they do, she like bothers you?
I have no idea. It's personal. There is a long backstory, but I don't.
But that's not our issue.
It's not.
It's two neighbors.
Civil.
It's two neighbors that dislike each other.
Have you sent her a letter or anything that says you have been out there on repeated occasions?
I haven't sent her.
You just told us in a number like 42 times.
I've never sent her a letter. I literally speak to her about once a week, once every other week, and we discuss the same.
The way to cover yourself appropriately is to do it in writing.
I'd be more than happy to send her something in writing.
It is actually safe.
I don't know that it would stop anything, but
I actually had this as another issue. It may be the same individual complaining about a man running a boat repair business. And she had actually gone to the individual's property, wrote down registration numbers.
that's a different person.
But she got Judge Thompson involved. And he got so irate, he said that he was going to have charges of harassment.
The way I'm
And
saying,
trespass.
sorry, the way I'm saying address it in writing is to say we've been out there on these number of occasions on this complaint. Thus, we judge that we won't follow up on this complaint any further times because we've concluded this issue.
Well,
however, if there's something different, you're not gonna keep going about the same complaint.
Correct, and that's,
At some point, it does have to stop.
I just want permission from the board to give her that information, to state that. You know, I want to take complaints seriously, but at some point, they're completely frivolous.
Unless there's new information to the complaint
Right.
that's worth, that warrants.
Yes, and I keep asking her to document her complaint, and she has no documentation, so.
I think it's
I'll
just
say
a
that's-
simple matter.
It's not even that.
At some point,
Right
you need
below.
to, at some point, you say to her, this is a civil issue.
Yeah.
Well, it's costing the taxpayers every time Mike has to go out there.
Yeah, and-
For nothing.
Right, I mean, unfortunately for Mr. Floyd, Mike spends more of his time in that sector of the county than any other, but, so he is down in that area, but still.
What else you got?
That's it. I will send the letter.
George, while you're, the solar farm out on Sewell Road,
Yes.
are they finished?
Most of the construction is finished. They have not put up the buffer, and they have not gotten their CO at this point. They also were arranging with them for the fire chief, EMS, and myself and the inspectors to go out there and discuss safety issues, what happens if something goes wrong.
I know they're not on the line, but the buffer, there's no semblance of any kind.
Right, no, they have no CO. They're not allowed to flip the switch yet.
Okay. So you're on.
What you got, Steve?
Before I jump into my two issues there real quick, I do want to let y'all know and remind y'all, we have a flood resilience meeting in the morning at 9 o'clock here in the building. It'll be very exciting. We'll have multiple representatives from FEMA, Georgia EPD, GEMA, talk about flood maps and flood risk mitigation. If anyone's interested, you're welcome to join us.
I'm scheduled to be watching paint dry.
Probably more interesting. As far as Toss mentioned, the cost estimates from HGPD you should have that you requested at the last meeting. I just wanted to just check and see if you had any questions, number one, and number two, any direction for us on how you would like to move forward or do anything in particular in relation to these projects that were estimated at your request.
Are they in our extra package?
Yeah, they're just
Should be.
handed to us.
I haven't seen them yet.
I think we're gonna have to have a little time to look at it.
Absolutely. We can look at it later and we can talk about it later if you like. I'll take that as a
We're
nod.
gonna look at it.
Okay. Fair enough.
We've got all the different, one's booster station, one scenario.
Should have the booster station, you should have the two looping projects from, that previously considered, one along Blue Jay Road and then the one that Mr. Mason suggested between Greystone and Timberlake. So please let me know if you have any questions. At this point, we'll be waiting on your direction as far as what you would like to do or not do in relation to these projects.
Well, I don't think it's gonna come up next meeting, but if you haven't heard something or some direction by the June 3rd meeting, I think we can talk about that. It's not gonna happen by May 20th, I can tell you that.
Yes, sir. Moving on, as Toss mentioned, there is a person who is building a house at address 7, get it right, eventually, 1783 Goshen Road. As you all, I'm sure well know, the county has a water line down Goshen Road. So in this case, the ordinance fairly clearly requires them to connect since water is present in the road right away immediately in front of the house. However, they don't want to. They want to drill it. And their reasoning, well, let's not say reasoning, reasons for lack of a better term, they say there is an existing well on the property, however, it is not in working condition. And they would like to drill a new one for the new house. There was evidently previously a trailer on the site several years ago that used the well, but it is no longer in service. So the question I have to the board is, do you want me to require them, as per the ordinance, to connect to the water line, or do you guys feel differently in some way before I tell them that they do and they come back to y'all and ask for something different?
Is there a reason not to obey the ordinance?
I can't think of one. I mean, in as much as it used to have a trailer and used to have a well, I guess the argument could be made that they had had service. outside of the county service, but there's no current structure there, and the well that is there is currently inoperable. So this is a new situation as far as
They drill a new well.
they will be drilling a new well as part of the construction of this house. That is their request.
Did you say, do they have a building permit?
Ma'am?
Have they been issued a building permit?
No, ma'am, the building permit is impending, waiting resolution of this issue.
The ordinance is, our ordinance, they connect to it.
It's fairly simple and straightforward to me, but I don't want to tell them that my interpretation of the ordinance is that they must connect because there's a water line there and there's no operable well there, no existing structure.
What was the address again?
1783 Goshen. I believe you've been provided.
Did they ask you to bring it to the board?
No, they asked for me to. I basically called them.
I'm trying to understand. Is there something open to interpretation?
Not to my knowledge,
So
but
why are you bringing? Why? I'm trying to understand.
I'm just asking because in the past I've told folks what my interpretation of the ordinance.
That was on one issue in Winthrop with Mr. Larson. He was several thousand people.
No, actually, on Goshen Road, we approved mobile home place to tie into a well when there was a water line.
Because they asked, they had a special, that's why I was asking, did they ask for, did they ask for variance? Did they ask for variance?
They essentially asked for a variance. If you want to ask, I mean, yes, the email title from their builder to me is Trinando Well Variance Request. So I mean,
They basically asked what they want to do.
They did ask for variance.
Yeah. And maybe not the word, but I think that's what they were asking for.
Is there anybody on
New
the board that
building.
wishes to
Only
go
water
further
to be tied in.
and deny that? Deny unless they want to bring in some other reason.
thank you. I apologize for the intrusion.
Anybody else?
One last small matter, I have been discussing, and not bringing these quite frequently anymore, rumble strips at Blue Jay
You still
Building.
have a break.
Sir?
You still have a break.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I really don't know. But at Blue Jay in Midland, the rumble strips that were installed fairly recently in response to the accidents at that intersection are apparently a little loud and disturbing some of the neighbors in the area. Jerry and I have been discussing back and forth ways of fixing that. He's working on it. It's not all I can tell you. They're going out, they're looking at them now. When we do Blue Jay, we will cover up the ones on that side, so they'll have to be put down again, but there's still 3 more going around. So I don't know how these things work. I mean, they get less loud as they wear, so
Exactly.
they're looking at it.
Extremely loud, though. I don't know if they're still these guys are working.
So I think where we're at is they're trying to figure out is there a way they can scrape them down, or do they have to just scrape them off and start over again? And that's what they're playing with. So we're working on it. If y'all hear more complaints, let us know. We'll speed it up. But for now,
I had 3 phone calls, and just for your information, I will tell you what I've told them. Number one, we got complaints when they were put there the other time. And there used to be rumble strips there, and everybody complained. Number 2, as it gets hotter, they will flatten out. They will get better. And number 3, I told them that if any of them wanted to come and petition this board in public session, then they had the right to do that. But I thought that because of the good press that has gotten for us taking action as a board, they might want to think twice about coming and standing up asking for them to be, if these folks want them removed.
I think they can be tamped down. I mean, there are different levels. Some of them are, it's loud.
Well, to me, it's not about press, it's about, it does get down to, you've got a balancing act of safety. If we put them in for actual safety versus quality of life with noise, then if we can balance it in some way.
Right. They're not against, they're not saying to take them up, but if they can, we
Well,
can
they did,
tap
they
them.
left a message in my voice that said,
Right.
when we repave, they want them paved over and not put back.
That's the ones I got. They want to talk.
for now, unless this board tells me differently, we're not looking at removing them permanently. We're looking at some way to lessen the amount of noise.
If you leave them through the summer, it'll probably take care of itself.
And there's a couple of things. One, I guess, is timing. If y'all can wait through the summer, we can do it. The second is, understand that this is the very first set of rumble strips our public works department ever created. They learned on this particular set. I'm not saying they were all done perfectly, and they will admit that too. So it's a little bit of a learning curve. We're trying to get there to get the right acoustics to it. They weren't engineered rumble strips. They were,
They do rumble.
they did rumble. We told them to make them rumble.
I'll take the blame for that because I told him how to do it.
They built per back.
Oh, well, I'm going to,
Send
because
the
now
calls.
when I get the calls, I'm going to send them on to Steve.
They were engineered on a napkin. I mean, there was a little room for
Actually,
further.
on a corner of a road.
There you go.
The only other things I did finally locate my email that had eluded me earlier. Going back to Effingham Parkway, they're looking at concept approval August of this year, environmental approval May of 16, right-of-way authorization August of 16, which means we can begin to buy right-of-way. Right-of-way certification September 8th. That means we purchased everything, all the structures have been cleared from right-of-way, and project led of November 6th of 17. And the funding sources that are in here now, the way they are showing it now, whether we make it this or not, is the funding source for PE, which the engineering is by Effingham County at $2.2 million. I'm rounding these numbers. Right of way by Effingham County just over $3 million. Utility relocations by Effingham County at $180,000. Construction by GDOT at $32 million for a total of, well, there's 548 mitigation by GDOT for a total of $38 million. So just because they're showing it this way doesn't mean we'll get GDOT to fund this, but that's the way the program is in there. It's funding coming from GDOT. So I don't think we'll get all of that, but at least we'll certainly proceed down there, try to get it. And all that ramblings to say 17 probably coincides with our SPLOST referendum anyhow. So I don't know if that's the worst thing in the world. As I said, we'll discuss this further at a future meeting and make sure we're all target to go forward and get some direction from the board. And with that, that's your thought.
But at least we're showing progress.
Again, it is my opinion, this is the only way we'll deliver this road down lifetimes. Is to do it this way. It is just going from a 2-lane facility, or from a 4-lane to a 2-lane. Dropping off the entire new location north of Blue Bay and utilizing the park.
Okay.
What we said, get realistic.
Yeah, well, the ash roads that I've been over, they doing a very good job on. Of course, they had a little mess up going down to the river on Effingham Road, but they got caught in a shower there, and anyway, they had to make the trip up there and do something with it.
Yeah,
It's a good week for them to finish it.
and they know that, Jerry. You talked about that particular one with me anyhow. They felt like they could go on because of the length of the road. They could be working on the rest and catch that back up.
But that rain the other morning sort of messed them up. And how about the administrator? What we don't do? I mean, you don't stay there or what? It's been a year ago.
It's getting close. That's up to y'all.
Well, I mean, what? Are we don't send out applications or what we don't do? We need to do something, we're not doing anything.
There we are already.
Sometimes we get in a rush to do all kinds of stuff, and other times we just let it slide. A year, we want to get what the requirements for administrator was by January 1st. Now we in April, in May.
Correct, yes, sir. Y'all did approve the job description,
So we did the job.
I would like to work with somebody like Carl Wilson.
And we agreed on everything in their requirements. So
I think the only thing that we need to do, and Mr. Keeper alluded to that, is at this point, you probably just need to decide how you want to go about that service. Do you want to get Carl Vincent to do it? Do you want to get the headhunter to do it? Do you want our HR department to do it? How do you want to go about requesting the applications to come back in? And the only other component that you may or may not have, there is a budget, I get that. Is the number that's in the budget, the salary you want to offer, is there any other pieces outside the job description that may be in a work contract that you want to put out there so that we can actually advertise the position? And then, again, how do you want to do it? Because there's choices. You can just get a headhunter that'll go out and charge you a lot of money. You can get Carl Vincent, and within Carl Vincent, there's different slates of services. They can handle the whole thing, they can handle pieces of it, and Mr. Dave Wills dropped off some information. I could probably still find it almost a year ago now.
Yeah.
They have different slates of services and things they can offer.
I wouldn't have any problem with Carl Vincent, because they know the people and they got people that's retired and moved and, I mean.
And within that, you can have them handle all of it, you can have them vetted, there's different things, and if you're ready to do that, and y'all all collectively want Carl Vincent to handle it, I can go get you some different services, because there's fees associated with that, none of it's free. And see just how far you want to take them, whether it's just vetting the applications, whether, how far you want to go. Yeah, I can certainly got all the information for you if you're all ready to do that. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I think we ought to do something.
And is Carl Vincent something y'all think you may want to look at doing that, or? I mean, I'll give you the information y'all can decide.
All right.
So,
Yeah.
tell me about the mowing bid. It was canceled, why, all that?
The mowing bid, she sent it to you, let's see, I don't remember the numbers.
Did y'all receive the bids? You just didn't proceed as far as bringing it to the
We
board?
never brought it to the board. The low bid had a total of $139,374. That was 3 cycles, 1 year old. There was $0 budgeted for mowing. It makes sense? Now, we can budget it in this next budget year, but that wouldn't start until July. Well, they need to start mowing in May. May and June, there was no dollars. We had to do a budget amendment to do it. I mean, we can't, we just had to do it, to do that. And I was looking for this number earlier. I think what Judy told me is when they added everything up, they took the 4 people, basically, there's 3 tractors, 1 person in the truck, the salaries of those people, the fuel for the tractor, the truck, everything that we could believe that was associated with that, we were somewhere around $90,000 what it was costing us. Now, if we awarded this contract, those people didn't necessarily go away unless the board wanted to lay off 4 people. We still had those costs. They were still employed by the county, plus $139,000. So it was basically an increase of $139,000, and it would be an increase unless we did something with those personnel.
Well, I would certainly like to see the numbers, and how these numbers were calculated, because I can't see possibly how these guys can go to the store for 2 hours in the morning and extended lunches and it be more competitive than what a contractor can do. Other counties, other municipalities have done this, and it's been a huge savings for them.
And that's what you and I.
Why is ours not?
I wish I knew the answer. And what we did was we got bids from Lynn County and Bullock County. This was a year ago that had done it. And if you took the price that they paid for center line mile times our center line miles, it looked like it was going to be around $60,000, less than the 90. Well, when it came back, it was not. It was 140. Quite frankly, we probably would have never put it out to bid had we realized it was going to be that much in excess of what we believed it was going to cost. We had already, prior to putting this out, figured what our costs were. Based on their numbers, we figured what we thought it would cost us. We thought it would be competitive. It's just not. And how they're figuring it, I understand all the things you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you, but they're just saying 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, times 4 people. We know what the salaries are because we pay them. We can add those numbers up. And we pay them for a year. See, that's a whole year's work too, which means they mow grass 8 months out of the year roughly. So the other 4 months we retain the labor and use them for whatever else they do. I'd be lying to tell you what they do, but through that additional 4 months, it just, you should have it. She emailed it to you if you haven't gotten it yet. The bid tabs should be in your email box. And I will get the numbers from there. I can't find them right now. I can't remember. He called me and told me what the number was. I thought he had emailed me. It may be in hard copy, it may be in a file on my folder. He may hand it in hard copy. But I will get those for you.
If I'm wrong, I'll be glad to say I'm wrong, but I just can't possibly see how our public works department is that much more efficient than other counties or municipalities.
I do not disagree with you. That is exactly why we did it. That was my fault.
Well, I think the bid is the bid. I'm concerned about how the math on what our cost is.
I don't disagree. But I mean, it's 4 people, there's 4 trucks. Now, what I will say is I'm not sure it counted in capital for the equipment, but when you do that, the equipment we have is somewhat old. I mean, we keep
Yeah, but it's still.
It's still cost. It was not gonna make from 90 to 140, let me put it that way. It was not that much if you amortize it over the life cycle of the equipment, which is 10 years or something, 15,000 a tractor or whatever.
If we're doing it cheaper than it can be contracted, congratulations. But I'd still like to see that. And I think that should have been brought to us rather than just.
We can contract with other counties.
Yeah.
Well, most, I don't know that they do, like Bullock County contracts out from Camden does. I don't know the particulars of all of them, but we did pull these from other adjacent counties that were contracting.
Matt McClure told me they were doing it for less than what their labor was.
Well,
Their labor was greater than what their contract is.
the city of Springfield, before they awarded their contract, came to us and asked for a price. The price we gave them was higher than what they ended up paying.
And when I look at what the cost that was projected to do the mowing that we're doing down Highway 21 in Rankin, what that comes up to per mile and what the bids were per mile is significantly different.
I'll make sure, again, you should have the bid tabs. If you don't, I'll make sure the film is already, I'm looking at it.
In other words, find it and send
Yeah,
it.
she emailed it to you. She emailed it to you.
Well, actually, somebody's changed the password, so I can't get to it.
I'll print it, give it to you.
Well, I'll get it later.
Okay. And,
But the open network here's been changed?
sir,
Do you know that the open network's been changed?
I can't see it right now.
What's that,
I think it's something wrong.
I think something's wrong with AP. I can't even see it. Adam had the same issue, that's why his is closed. Mine's actually on the server side, it's not on the public side. Side I'm operating. But I'll be glad to get, but that's the reason we did it, is because without doing something with the personnel, it was a pure increase, no matter what the number was. And so there was, and what we had talked about when we did this was the possibility of utilizing those personnel to do more paved road maintenance. If y'all recall way back, we surplus some equipment. The intent, it still is, to utilize those dollars that we got from the surplus equipment to buy other equipment, a small roller, a little small paver, a mini backhoe, something that we can begin to do patches that are larger than, if it's the stuff on Long Bridge Road, by the bridge, that we could do that with. We could actually cut out a lane for 1,000 feet and put back in. And the thought was possibly to utilize those personnel for that. Even doing so requires an increase in the budget for the materials that we're not working with now. It just seemed like this is a great idea, but we need to do it at the beginning of the fiscal year, not the middle. In other words, we need to plan it now for this coming fiscal year.
Certainly. If the numbers work, we could start it effective July 1st.
Correct. And it would be in your budget, and we could do a half a mowing cycle. We could do that. I mean, that's sort of, now, I'm sure Mr. Rome would be more than happy to begin this at any point in time. I don't think he's going to go away. He's local, he's here. I don't think that's an issue with saying, going back with those bids and saying, we'd like to get you to do this. There's a huge range on those. I mean, it went from his price to 7 times that almost, I believe, if I recall looking at it. So there's a huge variation in cost, and there were a lot of people that responded to it.
Again, we haven't even seen it.
Again, it was a decision that I made, so I'll be glad to get you all the information. It just didn't seem like there was a workable solution there, so that's what happened. But I will certainly get it.
I'm most interested, obviously, what we know what the bids are, or I'm sure that's in that email. It's how the calculation was done on what it's costing us to do it in-house. And if you do that and break it down per mile and compare that with what other counties, how are we so much more efficient, or is the math wrong?
And the short order of it, I'll get it, it was based on the personnel. We know how many people do it. We know the time they put in. It was based on fuel. I think there was a slight estimate of that because they don't actually have a fuel gauge on the pump when they run out there, but they know about how much the tractor burn a day. It was based on maintenance. We know those numbers because First Vehicle keeps everything separately. We asked them for these pieces of equipment, giving the maintenance tickets on them for the past year. They gave us those. And again, I don't think it was based on capital, but in my head, I knew it wasn't going to bridge the difference in the two costs, but I'll get all that to you so that you see how we did it.
And they mow every road mile that was in the bid 3 times a year?
Correct. In
Our
fact,
staff
yes, sir. In fact, the list that we included in the bid was the one they used for their own routes. So we took their list, included it with it in the bids. It's the list that they wrote, that's correct. And they move on average 3 times a year, and which is what we asked for, 3 mowings. It was broken down in price per mowing cycle. The total of those 3 was $139,000.
Road about 3 times a year.
The main roads, yes, but I don't think every road.
Oh, no, it's not every road, no, sir. It's the main roads, it's the ones that have shoulders on it, the ones, most all the ash roads and dirt roads are done with that boom ax, because they can't really drag a bush, their ditches full of motor graders and so forth, they can't really get a bush off. It's not every road, not at all. It's the roads that have a shoulder that they come up. In general, I'll say this as a general, it's the paved roads. The ash roads and dirt roads are not on those roads.
Okay.
Done.
Yep, that means you're up there. You got it?
I'm good. Lars?
We have executive session.
Oh, one other thing. We did see, got an email from the auditors. We did get a promise that we was going to have the draft audit first meeting in June.
That's what they're telling us, yes. And I will say, they said they would deliver a trial balance to us the first week in May. We've yet to see that, so we need to follow back up with it.
I had quite a long conversation with them to get them to write a letter explaining what the delay was. Because I still remember the promise of we want to try to have it by December 31st. And they did say to me that they agreed that they wouldn't have said that, promised everything, they didn't think they could do it. But they went into a whole list of whys and whatnots. And in that letter, there's something I'm still confused about some paperwork, something about roads in there. Do y'all have any idea what they're talking about?
Yes, sir. They've asked for a, I'm trying to think how to say this properly. They've asked for clarification, I guess, on these subdivision roads we keep referring to as to whether or not we do or do not own those. The idea being that if they are ours and they were accepted at the time of plat acceptance or something, then we should book those as assets. And then that would be somewhat of a material finding that we're not booking them. And saying that, this is the first time we'll hear about this, but we've RC pulled 70 plats for us. I have 70 plats in digital format that I need to get on a disc, I guess, to send to the attorney. I don't know how to answer the question for it. I don't have an answer whether we own them or not. So somewhere, somehow, somebody's going to have to make a determination as to whether or not there's dedication language that means we own them, if there's not. And if so, does that constitute a material finding? That's what they're asking for based on these conversations. I guess it's been suggested that we do own those. If in fact we do, we should have been booking those as assets.
Well, I do know that at least one version of the old ordinances did say in there, even acceptance of a plat does not mean that the county has accepted the roads or that the county owns the roads. There needs to be something more. And so we'll probably have to go through and look for other signs of ownership. That, has the county gone and repaired stuff? Have we maintained the roads? Have we extended water service out there? It's going to be a number of factors to look at. It's going to be a case-by-case basis with each road, more than likely.
But sure, that's what they're looking for. And what they're waiting on us is to pull the plats.
The issue is that GASB 34 came out back in 2007. It requires us to book all those as assets. We, at the time, in 2007, went back and reviewed all of the existing roads that we knew of that we owned. They're trying to make sure there's not a material entry that needs to be made prior period. And so this has come up because of the value or the potential value of those roads. So TOS has gone back and pulled all the plats, defined what the regulations said year by year, and we're working our way through that piece.
Vera, you was out when we went around for committee reports. You have something? I mean, I'm not. I don't want to leave you out.
Nothing
But it shouldn't necessarily affect the timing, because once they get that trial balance, that's when finance has to go back to that and read. So all that's happening, at the same time to further go into question. And I think from my perspective, I just need some help and guidance. And I think the
But
auditors
you said
will
there's
too.
70 plats you pulled, and that's got to be looked at. Is that got to be done before the audit's finished?
To make a determination whether they should vote or not. And it may not be the plat. I mean, what Elizabeth, the way I just understood it is a combination of factors. It's not just that. I think we need to have some determination as to ownership, whether or not we do or do not own. Should we be booked? That's what it's all about. And I don't know what that's going to take. I guess we just need to get together and figure out what information you need. And the plats were pulled because the direct statement of the dedication language has been suggested that's on there. The subdivision regs, I went through more recently too, and I have a copy there. We can provide that also of all the revisions from 1988 to 2009. What I believe is a complete version of all the histories that's in there. We can pull minutes if that's helpful. We can pull whatever information you need, but we just need to get together what you need to find out.
You see my concern here. If there's 70 of these things we've got to do, if we had such a delay on getting an answer on this stuff earlier, then how are we going to get an audit done in time? If we've got 70 plats to go through, or 70 whatever.
Well, 70 plats won't take long. It's looking at each one. If the key is the dedication language, you look at it and see if it's on it or not, you say yes or no. I don't know.
I assume for audit purposes, they'll look at everything and make some quick decision and put it in audit or not. It's not like going to court. It's not like going to court, which may end up happening over these days if we don't make a sensible decision.
My understanding is
The comment in the letter they sent to us was related to that.
My understanding is that once we can get these items to Eric and Elizabeth, that they should be able to make a determination based off of the regs and based off of the language fairly quickly as to whether or not those would be applicable to be recorded. As I understand it, the auditors will rely on that, okay, and our attorney's opinion on that. And if we can get that, then, it's either we book them or we don't book them. And what they're trying to preclude is having another adjustment in the following years that's material where we would have to go back and restate financials.
Well, I think the issue is in at least some of the prior versions of the subdivision regs, there's been a statement in there that said that acceptance of a plat and approval of a plat does not constitute acceptance of the road on the part of the county. So, even though you have that statement there and you might have an accepted plat, that doesn't mean that the county owns the road.
Correct.
And we'll have to go back and look and see what reg was in place at the time that the plat was approved, and what has the county done since then. Because just because that language is there doesn't necessarily mean that the county hasn't taken ownership of the road by their actions.
That's what I was going to ask, because I read those. I mean, there's all these different versions. There's an ordinance that says this one year, an ordinance that says something else another year. But when you have an ordinance that is in conflict with what's on the plat, in other words, if the ordinance says if we take it, we don't really take it, but then if the plat says we accepted it and we approved it, then you've got two things that conflict.
Well, if the ordinance says that approval of the plat does not mean the county accepts the roads, there needs to be some other dedication. There needs to be a deed. There needs to be something more than just approving a plat.
So with the plat, with a signature by the county and even a vote of the county commission that says we did accept it, and then the plat says we accepted ownership of these roads, we really did.
If the regs say that
Our
that's
word's
not
not
enough, then we need something more. There needs to be a deed. There needs to be something else there, for the county to affirmatively accept.
So that was a trick.
The issue is that hopefully we can look at those items and fairly discern most of them, get it down to an immaterial matter. They are in the process of working on all of that. They're doing their trial balances right now. My understanding was we were going to get that this week. This particular entry, though it may need to be added towards the end, is just a journal entry. So hopefully they will have those to us this week. My understanding is that we were to get them this week. Hopefully we'll have them sometime this week, which means then we can go ahead and begin the process of defining those financial statements.
Well, I have a concern that we were 5 months later than what they projected and promised to try to. I mean, when they said we'll try to have it by the end of the year, I think, reasonable in January. But we're 5 months beyond that, and we're now talking about something that's never been in an audit before. It's about ownership of roads and subdivisions, and it doesn't appear we're even going to get close to 70 plats have to be done if that's what they're waiting on. If that's what that letter says, that this additional information or whatever that they're having to go through, if that is in fact what's causing this delay, then, and we're not there yet. We don't have information yet. So how are we possibly going to get something done in the next 4 weeks if it's 5 months late?
We will touch base with her tomorrow and try to better define those issues.
The new auditor.
Already.
We done?
Chair, I have one quick thing to add. I'm not sure, I discussed this with Stephanie a few days ago. I thought ACCG was going to bring this up during the conference, but she told me that they didn't during the legislative update. As you're probably aware, it's been in the news a lot lately, the governor signed House Bill 60, greatly expanding the gun laws in Georgia. How that affects local governments is that it is now, as of July 1st, anybody who has a valid carry permit can bring a gun into a government building that is not access controlled by post-certified security. So what that means for the county is any citizen can now bring their gun into any government building, and the county cannot restrict them from doing that. There's been a lot of discussion amongst the county attorneys about this as to how it's going to be implemented and what governments can do to, try to protect their employees or restrict access. But it's just something to think about. I know that there's been concern, at least from other counties in the state, as to what they're going to do about this, or there's also been concerns amongst employees in other areas of the states. So just something to think about.
Criminals are probably always going to bring them in.
Well,
Nobody's here to protect us. I mean,
that's true, but now, you can't even say, no, we don't want this in our building. You can't say that, so.
but if they've got it concealed, we don't know anyway.
Well, they don't have to have it concealed.
I understand that, but most people that were going to try to come in here and do us harm would have it concealed until they wanted to use it.
That's true, but I'm just pointing out that it's important that y'all know that.
But technically, we would almost have to have metal detectors and
You would have to have
post-certified
post-certified
officers here.
security personnel at the entrance points,
Like they have at the main courthouse.
like they would have at the courthouse or in a jail.
Which is really scary because they're not post-certified.
At all the different locations, at all the different locations that we have staff and everything else, we're going to,
It's any government building, it's also any private building or government business is taking place. So if you had a workshop somewhere else, that would really apply there.
But my whole point was, are we more dangerous because they made that law now than we were the day before they made that law? And anybody could have brought one in here anyway all the time? That's my question. I understand your point now.
You're just talking about the logistics of it.
I'm just talking about the
Yeah.
logistics. If it's something that y'all want to address and do something about, then you start thinking about it now, because it goes into effect July 1st.
And we can't make any laws further prohibiting.
No, you can't. No, you can restrict employees from carrying firearms within the building. So you can prohibit any of your employees from doing so, but you can't prohibit a member of the general public.
So like the hospital out there has a sign that says no firearms. They can't even do that.
Well, the hospital is not a government-controlled entity. There is a private. That's a good question.
That's an interesting question.
I-
They get public funds.
That-
You could definitely go to the idea, guns could.
Yeah, that will probably be something that will come up. The bill's very broad, and there's going to be a lot of questions as to where exactly we can go and where we can't go.
Everything got debated back and forth and then passed for 11 times. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Did I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? None opposed? Please stand adjourned. All right. Consideration of approve the April 15th, 2014 executive session minutes. I have a motion.
Make a motion to approve the April 15th executive session minutes.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. One other thing that we didn't discuss in here under committee reports was our budget. What did you find out about our time frame? Did you?
She said, we either have to adjust the calendar or we do have to take the first vote on May 20th. And then, so, either or. Either take the
If
first
you
vote
recall,
on
we
May
have those by resolution, so there's 2 readings.
Right.
There's a first and second reading, so
You
there's.
can adjust after the vote, but it's up to y'all.
First question is, anybody interested in having a workshop this week? If so, it would have to be Thursday or Friday. Couldn't do it before Thursday.
I can do it Thursday.
Okay. Forrest is gone next week, if we want to have everybody present.
Next week, I'll be gone middle of the week.
And I think we could certainly adjust the calendar if need be. What the way we're trying to do this is to have the first reading on May the 20th, the second reading on June the 3rd. That still gives us one more meeting before, July without having a call meeting.
Let's adjust the calendar.
But in order to do that, I don't think, we need to have a discussion first. I think we need to have a workshop.
I do too.
So if y'all aren't going to be around, we probably just need to make May the 20th be a budget workshop. And then if we want to have a first reading before June 3rd, we can still do that, but we can make that be a call meeting in the middle, or just do June 3rd and last. I mean,
I like that idea.
Does
Do
anybody,
May 20th as a workshop.
can we come in here, 4 o'clock
Sure.
on May 20th?
Yeah, because next week I
Maybe 3 o'clock, we need, we could at 3 o'clock.
Can we do 3?
Yeah.
Because you're already here.
We don't want to be late.
Oh, is that the
You're already
workshop?
here.
for-
I mean, if we need that long.
Wait a minute, what now?
You're already here at 4 on the 20th, that's the actuarial report on retirement.
Yeah, remember that was put off from a month ago? We got busy.
We can do them if we have to. Do we not?
Can't we already done once?
Is that Jenny?
Yeah, that's 10 minutes.
And not that it should matter to y'all, but I cannot be here on the 17th. There's absolutely no way, because I have to take that last GDOT class. Every single one they have was on a board meeting day.
Well, let's do it
So
3
if
o'clock.
y'all go on the calendar, I'm not gonna be on the last budget.
17th is a Saturday.
Whatever,
3 o'clock on May 20th.
6:15, whatever it is,
No,
what keeps you
he
then?
means June.
We can block.
June.
Oh, June, you're talking,
June.
sorry, okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying, if you move the budget calendar to the first reading on June 3rd and the second on June 17th, I'll still go on.
Can we do it 3 o'clock on the 20th?
I can.
Give Jenny 30 minutes.
And give Jenny 30 minutes.
We can bump if we have to.
I believe it's required now yearly. I'd have to ask Rush again, but I think this is the one that's required.
This
to do
is
one time. It has to be before July. I
Can
believe.
she not do it at 5 if it comes to that? Like, if it comes to that, if we run over, she can still do it
I
now.
think we could back her up in time. The only reason we did it at 4 was so she's not in the regular agenda. It's just a discussion, so I mean, we can do it on the regular agenda.
Yeah.
We could have, it's been advertised at the workshop before.
Quit advertising things before I dance.
I mean, I'd rather spend some
You
time
want to get it
with
in?
this draft. Or just come in here, but,
I'm gonna have to study.
I mean, y'all say 2, I mean, it don't matter to me.
No, 3's good.
3 or give us.
I mean, if we do our homework, go through it, ask Toss the questions or whatever, we ought to be able to come in here on May 20th, 3 o'clock. And
Yeah. Now.
You should have, we could have some discussion before that. I mean, surely y'all will have questions when you look at that document. And it's just a matter of we can go through those questions prior to that, I think.
3 p.m., May 20th, workshop.
So we're going to have a short week at night.
I'm not not so sure about that.
No, I'm telling you, y'all push everything you can to June 3rd.
It's
Maybe
not a-
20
it's not a
is
good night
probably
to go
pretty
long.
long.
It's election night, I mean, seriously, it's not a good night to have a long meeting if possible.
We've got planning board said, right?
That's very
Presenters.
Well,
How long is that? Just don't stack or on the agenda.
That was last month.
Yeah.
I thought we had to say don't stack the agenda.
we can do that. A lot of it's bid stuff. There's probably a dozen bids that are coming out. If you want to move them back, we can move them back.
If they're not controversial, and if it's something we can get through quickly, but it's.
You said 3?
There's three.
I'll look at them. I don't think most of them are. I think most of them are pretty simple. We'll try to keep them
Obviously,
short.
let's go quickly if they're not controversial.
Which was the other thing I was thinking. I don't think you're going to have an executive session on the 20th because you'll probably want to get out of here.
Yep.
Which was talking about the fire chief on the 20th, you know. But anyway, we'll work on this agenda. 3 o'clock, 20th.
Well, if we can talk for 10 minutes about if people narrowed down or where, just find out where we're at. I mean, it doesn't have to be long. So we can keep the process moving. Anything else? I would love to have a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposing, we stand